Hello, everybody. This is your Captain Lunar Oatmeal. Welcome to another episode of the Waning Croissant here on the SS Olive. Tonight we have Hiiragi Yuu joining us. This is our show where we talk about motivations and answer anonymous questions from the community. So if you want to use the exclamation point questions or question command, you can get access to the marshmallow. If you'd like to introduce yourself, Yuu, take the floor.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me on the SS Olive. My name is Hiiragi Yuu. Lunar's already introduced me earlier, but I'm a host VTuber. I am in space today, and also I look a little bit different, but I'm joined by Melon, and so I'm all right. I'm not that worried.
Well, welcome. I really appreciate you for coming on the show. This sort of was a bit of a dream for me when I first really got into VTubing. I almost said YouTubing.
YouTubing.
You were kind of an inspiration for the type of content that I want to create because I have some people refer to it as chill vibes. So while a lot of people I really respect because of how much effort and work they put into things, you also have the kind of environment that I want to create. I mean, obviously not the same environment because
You don't want to marry all of your floofs? I don't understand why you wouldn't.
BGM should be off. We're saying it's loud. It's off. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm doing probing Godly's brain for a little bit of audio feedback. BGM is off now. Okay, great. Okay, it was loud for a while, but it's off now. Yay, perfect. It might have just kicked in a little later, but that's okay. Just scream directly into your ear and it'll be good.
Beautiful. And the only other thing I'm curious about is audio balance between you and I. Is you particularly loud, or am I louder? Is it good?
Yeah, let us know. Give us a heads up whenever. And if we happen to be too deep into a conversation, just highlight a message or you can at me. Seems balanced? Okay, good. Thank you, Hamster. Thank you.
Awesome, wonderful. Thank you, Azure Sniper and Hi There Pumpkin for the follows, as well as I believe Godly earlier. Maybe it's been a lot since I started. But welcome everybody. So I usually start off with just kind of a generic question about your primary motivations for content creation, what keeps you going, and continuing to put in effort in various areas for VTubing and singing and such.
Yeah, for sure. General motivations. I think it depends on which I think first of all, one of the really great things about VTubing is that it's extremely multifaceted. And so there's not just one output of content. There's there's a ton of things for you to do. And so it depends on what part of it. I think musically I've always been very self-motivated. It's mostly out of a desire to do better. And what else? Yeah, I just want to make good music that people will be able to listen to and enjoy. And I think I've done that before VTubing as well. But part of the reason that I wanted to go into VTubing is because I felt like there was a lack of a parallel platform, and I think a lot of people can agree. In the past, kind of a lot of the content creation that goes on is very one-sided. It's a content creator churning out material for people to consume. People enjoy it and they're like, oh, that's really cool. I loved it. Here's a like on your video. And then they go on with their days. And I don't get to have a kind of connection with the people who enjoy my content, who I consider most likely people who are like-minded. And people that I would get along with. And so part of that was because I was like, streaming sounds like such a great way to bring that balance to the content creator and the content consumer. I've talked to people in my own stream about this too, but I don't like the imbalance. I don't like the whole like content creator as someone who is on the pedestal and then everyone else is a fan. I think it's more seen. It should more be more seen, at least in my personal viewpoint, as like a group of like-minded individuals. And so the fact that we can connect with each other and be a community, and get along with each other and like find support, find intrigue, find entertainment in that way, I think it's really really nice. And so that's
I
that's specifically like why VTubing is really interesting to me.
I get you. I definitely agree with that mindset that it's more of like a collaborative experience with your chat. Everybody has something they can input on, even if it's just like making you put on 12 pairs of glasses. Like
Yeah.
that definitely enhances the stream. So
Yeah, I like why in any other like situation would I put on 12 pairs of glasses? It's very like it's iterative content creation, right? It's like we make the jokes together and we laugh at them together. And like I remember back in the day I used to say like half of my streams, especially just chatting streams, are just me reading chat and then laughing because everyone's really funny. And so everyone's like, you make great content. And I'm like, like 90% of it is not me. It's me hanging out with all these people. And they make jokes, they make me laugh. They switch me into my funny models at the right time. They do a redeem
mhm.
at the right time to make things funny.
Yeah, I definitely see that happening. And that's not to like downplay your content because you are immensely talented. With both your covers and like your ASMR streams are really good. And you always keep the mood light in your chatting streams. Like even when you're tackling like more intense topics, you're still there's like a level of levity and calm that you keep.
Those are really good. I really like the environment of when we get to share our thoughts on things that might dig a little deeper than the surface level. I think one of the things that I feel strongly about is that um like talking about these things shouldn't feel like taboo. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and like we should practice. I think the thing about a lot of the times when people feel like, oh, I don't I shouldn't talk about this, and then we get phenomenons like people who like trauma dump on the first person that they're able to speak to because they haven't gotten the opportunity to talk about things like this for a long time. And
Mm-hmm.
so part of the thing is like fostering relationships and an environment where people can talk about this often, practicing going through the movement so it doesn't feel unfamiliar to you, and keeping an open mindset too. One of the things I love to talk about is that like disagreements are actually really interesting, and like when handled in a nice educated manner they can be really really eye-opening. A lot of the times we paint a terrible like um very very evil picture of people who we disagree with because we don't get to speak to them on a one-on-one level, and
Mm-hmm.
understand who they are, right? And so that's the kind of like environment that I really enjoy. It gets a little, I know that those are the times when I'm a little bit more cautious as well, because I don't want anyone to get too rowdy. I don't want anyone who feels like they may be in the minority have to like defend themselves. But at the same time, it's one of the most like fruitful times that we get to have in my streams.
I agree with you, and I'll point out. Hamster said that it's informative as long as they don't transition into arguments, but I don't necessarily even think argument is 100% negative. Because you can argue a point or debate without like treating someone like they're less than you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I think it's important to make sure that like there's no venom in like the kind of debate or conversation that you have, and that's where I think caution comes in. But um, there's also like a level of discourse that I think is acceptable and can even be enlightening or enriching to a degree. Um, but it's like when, oh no, you're stupid because you think this way. Those are when you're like, okay, this needs to be shut down. Like
Mm-hmm.
you're not trying to argue a point. You're trying to debase me.
Yeah, that's the classic ad hominem, right? Like when you get angry enough at at a certain conversation or argument that you start attacking the person who is speaking and not the idea that's being presented. It's like a or it was like the seven taboos of debate, the ad
Mm-hmm.
hominem. Don't attack the person, attack the argument.
Well, and for those of you out there, and I doubt there's any in the chat that feel necessary to attack the person, not the argument. Typically, people who are watching the debate intelligently would just determine you the loser at that point. So
Yeah, I think if you it's like a weird debate club reflex muscle that I have because I'm a big nerd and used to be in a debate club. Is like as soon as someone does that, is my assumption is that the whole room feels the same as me, but sometimes it's not the case. Zalpo says, really curious how you guys go about disarming those arguments as they start and whether it's something that gets easier with time. Um, I think that this would be a really valuable question for both of us to answer. I think for myself, it is. I try to change the topic, and when it comes to like streams in particular, the topics can change really fast, and it's actually way easier in streams than it is in person. But how about yourself, Lunar?
So you mentioned in streams as well. We have a very incredible power where we can time someone out if
Oh,
they're getting
true. That's
aggressive.
right.
And while I mean, you could also ban them, but like typically, if you're trying to just like cool it down, you can time someone out for like a minute and say your piece about how you want to change the subject. I definitely think some people can abuse that to just like, okay, you can't argue anymore. I'm gonna now say why my point is right and you're wrong. Which I
Hmm.
definitely don't think you should do if it reaches a point where there's like name calling and stuff. You should just time out, explain that like when you come back, this topic needs to be over. We'll move on to something else. This isn't an insult to your intelligence or your opinions or thoughts. It just we cannot have this environment in my stream. Even if you enjoy arguing, not everybody else feels that way. So
Hmm.
we need to foster an environment where everyone feels comfortable, and I think that's really important. So
Lunar's such a good streamer. I'd completely forgotten about the fact that we have the ban and timeout. Oops. I should remember those more often. Everyone who uses those are my bots. My bots are 100% the ones that are using them, and they're never even using them right. Like most of the people who come in my chat are people I trust, but sometimes they'll accidentally put in send a link without getting permit, and then they get timed out.
that happens to me literally all the time.
Commit the bonks, Isa. I love using commit the bonks. It sounds so much more serious when you say commit. Oh, Kumako, it's okay. I get a little red around the eyes, and my nose gets a little sniffly sometimes when I get into situations where I feel angry and helpless. That happens for sure. Don't no shame to anger crying. That I get the same thing
Yeah,
sometimes.
there's nothing. Everyone has like things they can't control when it comes to their feelings. This is gonna break immersion for everybody. But when I get really mad or upset, my hands get super cold.
Your hands, excuse me. What hands?
Yeah.
Immersion broken. 2 out of 10.
um, but I mean, that's kind of the point of this show is to sort of break immersion a little bit and give people a little bit of like an idea of like who you are as a person beyond just like your content you create.
Mm-hmm.
Um, not like we're gonna get into like real personal stuff, but just like your mindsets. I want people to be able to get on a soapbox and talk about their thoughts and opinions on things that maybe even might be a little taboo for VTubers to talk about, like toxicity and collabs and stuff like that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important to be able to not necessarily vent, but like say your piece at least.
Mm-hmm. Yes, for sure. I think the format is really interesting because um a lot of like VTuber content, and I've talked to a few people about this before too, because of the fact that VTuber content is pioneered and sort of led by agency-backed VTubers originating from Japan, and so they're kind of like the first ones to start the movement. We're a good distance away from the start of VTubing at this point. That it feels like there's some wiggle room now, but mostly throughout like last year when I first joined, I still feel a little bit like a lot of VTubers felt like they had to put this invisible fence around themselves, or when it comes to what kind of content to create and how to act, how to conduct themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like it's very limiting. And so I enjoy content like this. I enjoy concepts like this that are a little bit like they start to blur that kind of boxiness that VTubers have as a term, because now I'm hoping in my ideal vision of how VTubing will go in 2022 is that it starts to blend and starts to normalize itself as another flavor of streaming. It's just another way of presenting yourself, but it still is stream content. It's live presented
Mm-hmm.
entertainment and like content, and so that's what it should be.
I definitely agree there. I there's like things because of the way it was pioneered with like a lot of idol culture involved, um, that I definitely feel kind of negatively impacts indie VTubers. Like, for example, this like idea that you have to be single and like play the internet girlfriend or boyfriend.
Oh,
And a lot of
oof.
people escape that, but like I'm very open about the fact that I am in a relationship and married, and she makes all of my assets. Like,
Yeah, I love that. By the way, I wasn't sure if it was gonna be like a weird one-off, where I just break the flow of the conversation for a little bit. But I really love the animation of all the floofs walking on the stream avatars. I've been staring at them ever since the beginning of a stream.
even she does that. She'll come in sometimes when I'm streaming, and she'll just stand there and stare and be like, "I like them so much."
They're very, very cute.
But I definitely feel like, I mean, I'm not necessarily going for like a boyfriend or sexy energy at all. Like, let's be real, and I'm gonna be a little crude here. Floof is not very fuckable, guys. So so it's not necessarily an energy I'm going for.
Someone is going to pipe up in chat at this point. Someone's going to be like, "Excuse me, I'm here exclusively because I think floofs are 10 out of 10 on the effable scale."
um, but yeah, I definitely feel like there's a little bit of a struggle just when like I don't involve myself in any of the like dating or lewd um trends or anything. And I hope that like that sort of like approach, like people shouldn't be afraid to say, "Hey, I'm dating someone." Like, and I think I've seen a lot more of that lately, but early on with indie VTubing, everyone was afraid to like admit that in real life they have like people that are important to them that they care about, because maybe that one person won't buy 5 subs or whatever.
Jeez. I get it. I get it. I think it's definitely, you're right. It's like a standard that's set by the whole, like the fact that a lot of the VTubing culture that came from the Japanese side, the other side of the ocean, is largely based off of the idol framework.
Mm-hmm.
Um and so even beyond the kind of the fear that you were going to lose support for this, is just kind of this like this weird feeling of like taboo. It's like it feels like it's wrong to ruin immersion and ruin someone's fantasy like that, especially because again, like at the start of VTubing, a lot of these VTubers were represented by idols which are like attractive women, um and that inherently, depending on how you would present yourself, whether it be an attractive woman, an attractive man, attractive non-binary person, or a floof, you're going to be attracting a very different audience based on how you present yourself. That's like kind of the first and foremost of VTubing is like the
Hmm.
way you've chosen the avatar that you have chosen is unfortunately and like very it's kind of cut and dry. It is going to really affect what kind of people you get to hang out with
It's
in your
true.
VTubing career.
So we're going to segue real quick because that actually ties in really lovely to one of the anonymous questions we got.
Oh, of course. Yes, that's perfect.
So the question is, the two of you are just about on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of lore, but both of you have streaming aesthetic heavily influenced by your respective character concepts. How did both of you decide on your character themes and concepts, and how important do you think a character concept is to VTubing in general? Damn,
That's a
whoever sent
really
this
good
question
question.
sounds badass. I wonder who that was, Helpo.
um, sorry, I was busy complimenting whoever asked this question.
Yeah, this mysterious person does sound really hot right now.
For real though, really well worded question. Did you want me to take a crack at it first before you do?
Yeah, I usually let the guest handle the question first, and then I
Okay.
give my perspective on it.
Um, would you be able to repeat that question for me again?
Okay, so the question itself is, how did you both decide on your character themes and concepts, and how important do
Right.
you think the character concept is for VTubing?
Okay. So it's a two-parter. Um, how did I come up with my character concept? I've told this story before. This is pretty funny. I mentioned before that I used to create music.
Hmm.
Not as a VTuber, just as a musician. And I got hit by the mysterious YouTube Google ban hammer. My channel just got just poofed one day. They were
Wow.
like, you've been engaging in scam like behavior, and so your channel's gone now, and you can't have it back. And I appealed for it many, many times, and they wouldn't give it back to me. I was a humble cover artist musician on YouTube. I really had no reason to do anything like that. I'm just a simple weeb. So
Scamming people, you? Hey, if you want to listen to my cover, you gotta go buy 16 Apple gift
16,
cards.
yeah, take a photo of them and then send it to me through Snapchat.
I dealt with those scams all the time because I used to work for a bank.
Oh, no way. I hear that some people actually do get pretty shaken up by them. And
Oh,
end up
sometimes it's real bad.
yeah.
I worked in the credit card department, and
Oh.
we would have it was typically older folk, unfortunately.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, they would give away like remote access to their computer for people to fix
Oh
virus stuff and
no.
pay them with gift cards that they'll redeem because it's not trackable. And
Oh
then
no.
because it's something like that, we can't even refund them.
Yeah.
Um, because
God, that sucks.
it's not fraud. Like if someone stole your credit card and used the information to buy something, we could refund that. But if
Yes,
the purchase you
exactly.
chose to make legally, we can't do anything about it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh God, that sucks.
Never, ever, ever pay for a service with Apple gift cards, guys.
Yeah. Bank tangent. It's a good tangent though. Yeah. I think I was also going to, so we're gonna have a double feature in life lessons here. My I was going to end my little story by telling you guys never trust YouTube. Don't upload anything. I know a lot of streamers who upload things to YouTube for backup. Don't do that. They can take your channel away at any point. I know that all your backed up VODs are unlisted on your YouTube channel. Take them out, put them in a hard drive, put them in a cloud service that you're properly paying for, that's reputable and doesn't have Google breathing down your neck and thinking that they can take any of your content away without asking you. And then also, as much as they would like to tell you that their appeal reviewing team is full of real human beings, it's not. they're all bots. Every single person who has communicated with me about my channel, about my appeals over the like 3 to 4 week process that I tried to get it back, they were not humans.
It's also worth noting a lot of times in those, if you do get someone human for um, customer service, a lot of times it'll be people that are so heavily scripted they might as well be a robot anyway.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
there's just so many things you can do, but there's so many that if you did it, you would lose your job, even if it was like not even a bad thing.
hmm
So, boy. So after the YouTube was shut down.
Yeah, this was like less than a month before I started VTubing. I got really upset because there was a lot of my work that was there. And I was really sad that it's all gone. And at no fault of my own, and I tried my best and I couldn't get it back. And so in a fit of anger, I wanted to be able to like let off all the steam somehow. So I went to my local gym to work out, and then in the middle of like doing my cardio, I was like, I could start VTubing. VTubing is a thing. I just auditioned for the V singer position in Hololive, and I didn't get in, but I kind of know like what's required and what they're looking for and what like kind of entails. And that's back when I wasn't familiar quite that much with VTubing yet. But I was like, I kind of know the framework because I auditioned for it, and I've watched VTubers. I know what it's like. I know what it takes. And so I kind of like spent an extra 2 hours at the gym, angrily working out and hammering out my entire VTuber concept. And that's the end of that story. I never changed my concept since then.
I've seen a
I-
VTuber once. Now I'm unstoppable.
yeah. I came up with it all on the spot during a gym sesh. There's obviously a little bit of like not it's not just unga bunga. There's a little bit of thought going into it. Like I remember when I was auditioning for the Hololive position, I was like, if I don't get in, I won't become a VTuber. If I do, then I guess I will. And I didn't get in, obviously. But during that time when I was kind of thinking about the idea, I was like, okay, so I can't present myself as any of the kind of like current VTubers that I'm looking at. Like they're very they're adorable, they're high energy, extremely feminine, and I don't identify with any of those things. And so I started the cogs were working back then already, and so that kind of contributed to how fast I was able to hammer everything out. But that's the extent of like how much I've worked on my lore is just during that one gym session I worked out and then came up with my VTuber lore. Came back home, created a new email, new profile, set up some spreadsheets, and then got to work.
Okay. Um, so for the character concept that I actually settled on, which is Floof, it's kind of been part of my life for a long time at this point. So it's not like it's brand new for my VTubing persona. And I've said it once on the podcast before, but it initially came about because we were sending Christmas cards out to some online friends through like a Digimon roleplay. And I drew like a really crappy snowman in one of them.
Aww.
And I was like, that thing's really cute. And so I started using it to like represent myself in like Apple picture messages between my wife and I. And that's actually where the boog came from too, the little antenna creature.
Mm-hmm.
So we were using them back and forth for a really long time, and then after a while we started using them as like a mascot for selling art as well. So we have like
Aw.
stickers and stuff we made for it. I lost my job in 2019 for kind of unpleasant reasons. Those of you who don't know, I am disabled. I have epilepsy, and it's getting a lot worse, so I can't really work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I landed on VTubing because I had done a lot of different aspects of content creation before. Like I sell art. I was doing podcasting
Mm-hmm.
prior to this as well, and so I already enjoyed the idea of entertaining people and talking with people. So I felt that like, why not bring the things that I like to do, art, games, in front of people as a way to maintain motivation.
Yeah.
And that's why I sort of transitioned into VTubing. And there are
Mm.
other ideas I had as well on if I actually wanted to be floof or not. Um, but I decided to be floof right around the time, I think it was like October last year, or no, last year, 2020, that I started. So it's been a little over a year, and I settled on floof because there's not very many VTubers even now that aren't using like hot anime models.
Mm.
Um, there's a few, like there's Slime out there that's slime all the time. I know Pia, Pia has her
The
slime
he
model,
has the
but
part-time slime versus like a full-time slime.
yes, like a full time, always a slime, doesn't have a human suit. Um,
Yeah, wow.
I think Pia actually calls them Dad Kingu. They're a very cute slime. But other than that, that's like the only like active VTuber I've noticed that's like using like an out of the ordinary model. Um,
Yeah.
like people have
There's a
like
lot of like
optional models, but
creativity. Yeah. There's like creativity in models, but there's definitely a formula and kind of like presentation style that everyone sticks to.
mm-hmm.
I'm guilty of it. I'm kind of like I sound like a little bit like I'm pointing and like accusing finger at someone. I'm guilty of it. I'm an anime person, so I fall into that kind of cookie cutter as well. And then there are like little bits of like like General Baru, who is it's a creative model, but it still kind of falls within that cookie cutter of like a humanoid person and the attractive anime style, you know?
Mm-hmm. And that's not to say that I don't understand the appeal of that. I'm literally saving up money right now for an alternate model that's a hot human form that I'm gonna set on a redeem.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the one that Lythia had done for you, who is an amazing artist, by the way. I love Lythia.
Lithia is incredible. I don't even
Lythia's
remember
amazing.
following Lithia. Like legitimately, I don't remember ever seeing their stuff, and then they just popped up on my Twitter feed, and I was like, I'm gonna message them and see how much they charge me for a floof.
Yeah, I think Lythia had a lot of fun too. Like, I think you kind of like, kind of serendipitously really hit on a really great person for this job because Lythia, um, like loves variety. You know,
Mm-hmm.
she values being able to like create a very personalized avatar for somebody that like, and then that like widens the variety of her portfolio. And I feel like you were a really interesting addition to that.
I definitely got that opinion, like that. Wow, words. I definitely got that idea from like how she was interacting as well. Like, seemed very um like excited about the project as a whole. Um, I don't know. It was just nice to work with them, and I'm really excited to get it rigged. I am very deep in Gomi's list, so I have plenty of time to save up
You're
money for
deep,
that.
deep and gomy. Great. Um, I'm excited to see.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a bit, but like I have tons of time. Yep, deep in Gomi. You know how it is.
Yes.
Look, he's really handsome. Okay, he's got that vagabond look.
um,
Oh no!
for the we have a I don't know what this redeem is. Hold on.
Oh no, it just plays Knuckles saying oh no.
Oh, that's cute.
Right now, aside from I think aside from the Hydrate and I think Hank Hill, which makes me use my impression. I think it's just sound effect
Okay,
redeems. So
great. Um,
the second part of the question is how important do you think that a character concept is for VTubing?
I was actually I was really glad. You mentioned earlier how you were like, oh, I already seem to have a lot of the things in my skill set to tackle a lot of the things that VTubers do, like art, selling like merchandise and
Mm-hmm.
entertaining people. And so that's the kind of feeling I get a lot from people who are going into VTubing. I think a lot of people who were creating content before, um, whether it be like a certain kind of content or maybe multiple forms of content, found
Mm-hmm.
that they're able to sort of um, organize and put all of their content under the umbrella of the VTuber. And so I personally think that VTubing character concept is very, very important. And it's part of the biggest assets that you could have becoming a VTuber. My opinion is that character concept is very different from VTuber lore. Very many people love to write VTuber lore and have a lot of history with your character, which is really, really interesting. And it really like it makes like the writer and the your imaginations your imagination kind of soar, and it's really satisfying because it's an avatar that you are going to kind of your soul is going to live in this avatar, and so it's really attractive to come up with lore like that. But I personally think that lore and character concept are really, really different, because character concept is kind of a short, sweet way of packaging up yourself as a content creator in order to appeal to the masses. And so the character concept, how easy it is to digest your character concept is really, really important. Oftentimes, what I will see is some people will introduce them. So when
Oh
someone
no.
goes like, "What kind of VTuber you are, or are you?" Some people will start by introducing themselves, and then it goes on forever and ever. It'll go on for pages and pages, or hours and hours on end. And that's kind of the confusion between lore and concept. Is that like your lore? Once somebody gets into your concept and feels hooked and feels interested, they're going to be very interested in your lore, and they're going to want to find out more. And they're going to voluntarily want to discover more about your lore. But the concept should be a basically like a elevator pitch of who you are, and that should be kind of like what you use as a character introduction. And I personally really think that like a character concept is really, really important to kind of sell yourself to people who might be interested, because having a kind of character, having an overarching theme to all the things that you're doing. It doesn't have to be themed either. It's not like everything I do is inside the host club, and not everything I do is host activities.
Mm-hmm.
But simply having that overarching idea, the kind of like concept that lives in the back of your mind that says like, oh, it's a everything that's being done here is done by this like redhead host character. It really helps people digest a lot of things. Back when I was a strict musician, I would post music, and music would always be the kind of content people expect from me. I do art as well. I've always done art. And I would post my art, but my art would kind of be something that's on the side that nobody really knew what to do with. I would incorporate it into my music videos, but that's the extent of how much I'm able to use it.
Mm-hmm.
But because the people didn't really interpret or see me as a person, almost, it was just like they're a musician, they're a content creator. The art that I put out was just kind of like, okay, it's there and they do art, I guess, I understand. And my brain kind of barely parses it. But now that I'm a VTuber and I post like music and I post art, I post whatever the hell else I do. I don't know what else. My cat pictures. People are very like, oh, this belongs to this person. So
Mm-hmm.
weirdly enough, presenting myself with an avatar as a character has been more helpful in terms of me being perceived as a person than I was a musician before.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that was
I
really long.
no,
That
that's
was it.
that's
That's it. I'm gonna shut up now. Sorry, guys.
that's absolutely the point, though. As far as my perspective on the thing, you tackled it fairly well. The best way to think of your character concept, and why it's important to VTubing, is more so than like your lore and the extended universe for whatever content you're creating. It is a lens through which people see your content and your personality. Um, so I can't count the number of times that just because I'm Floof and Floof is simple and easy to draw, that I'll come into a stream and people are like, oh, I'm gonna draw Floof.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that being recognizable, appealing, and like having a completed concept for the character, even if it's not something like, I don't stream in character basically ever.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think that it's mega important. But coming here, you still get the vibe. I'm a ship captain. We're in space. This is a ship.
Yeah.
So that lens is there. People can see it. It's appealing. And so for that alone, some people stay and then they get to know me better and they can understand. It's almost like your signature in content creation. Like
Mm-hmm.
more often than not, eventually when you get larger and larger in content creation, people are going to be reposting your content.
Mm-hmm.
And even if your name isn't attached to the post in VTubing, if they see your model, they know it's you. They can find you.
They will find you.
Sometimes for better or for worse, but um but that's I definitely think it's incredibly important. And some of the like space theme stuff is a layover from when I was doing camera streaming. Just because I wasn't immediately interested in doing VTubing, but then I started having problems with my webcam, and I'm like, I don't want to mess with this anymore, and I don't want to buy a better camera, so let's just use the crappy camera for tracking, and then nobody can see it glitch because it's not visible. And while like the graphical glitches the camera was making were kind of appealing because it looked like I was streaming from space in
Yeah.
like the worst way. um,
Wi-Fi up here sucks. Sorry, guys.
but yeah, I think it is incredibly important, and you tackled a lot of the sort of facets of why you should have a complete and like accurate character concept put together. Because you're right, like it completes branding. Like
Yeah,
if
branding. Yes, that's the word.
for example, if you posted a bunch of music videos but none of them had you in them, like Hiiragi Yuu. I mean, I guess when I say you this time, it actually still means you, you. So, because I have to correct myself sometimes when I say that out loud to friends when you're in the conversation.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, I need to get Yu's floof done, and I need to get a boog done for Issa. And I was like, I got sick, so I ended up not doing either until like this week. So, originally I was like, oh yeah, well I know you better than I know you.
The U puns. My incredibly ill thought out name. I've realized that ever since I started VTubing. First of all, everyone keeps referring to me by my surname, which is fine. That's perfectly fine. But also my first name is so generic and so easily misinterpreted when you speak English.
I adore, honestly. A lot of people just get away with it by just calling you Yu-kun instead.
Yeah, you know what? That was a big brain move here. That was my intention when I released my self intro video, which I didn't really expect it to get that much traction, but it got so much traction that everyone ended up knowing me as Yuku. But me going like how like because the video had a section where it was like, you know, what's your name? Hiiragi Yuu. How should we refer to you? I was like Yuku. That was like a very like thinly veiled attempt for me to go like that's my name. You can call me that way. Hiiragi is my surname. That's so formal. You can call me Yukun. That's perfectly fine. That's me projecting that thought into the thing. And it ended up kind of like working out for me because I really did not expect that video to make its rounds so much, but it did. And then the people who've watched it kind of like subconsciously are like, oh, Yukun, I know them.
Oh man. You have a lot of reach as far as a content creator goes. Like literally people in like my family Discord for Lithia are like, oh, Yu's gonna be on your show, I gotta be there.
Aw, that's so cute. You guys have a family Discord. That's so cute. I didn't know. That's adorable.
I didn't expect there to be one, and Lithia's like, "Yeah, we started doing this recently. You should come hang out." And everybody there is very sweet. Um, so I'm very, very excited about that. Just having new, not assets. That's not the word I want to use. Avenues, new avenues to like meet people is always nice.
I think that's the lovely thing so far about YouTubing. Whoa, I'm getting I'm getting you rubbed off on me there earlier. One of the lovely things about VTubing so far is that I've made a lot of really meaningful connections, and I haven't actually been doing that very much in kind of like after my university years. I think in school is kind of where I made a lot of I made a lot of established a lot of my friendships. Made a lot of like lifelong friendships that I still have right now. But past that, in kind of the working environment, and in regular day to day life, I don't find that many opportunities to meet people and converse with them in a way that is as meaningful as I have been able to in the last year or so, I think, in VTubing. I think part of it is also because of the fact that we're all kind of hiding behind avatars. And then just to kind of again break immersion a little, um, when you see a person in real life and you kind of uh know what they look like, and you I guess the thing that I'm trying to say is that the way I like the way that I look makes most people uh have the impression that I identify as female. And in that vein, I will get most of my interactions I get are going to be people who are interested in approaching me romantically or in a way that is trying to, get like we're not just trying to converse for the heck of it. There's a bit of a motive there. And so whenever I make in-person connections, I find that happens often, and that's not really what I want. I kind of just want to make friends because we like each other's company. And VTubing has really, really helped with that. I've made so many really good friends because all we do is just like pick each other's brains. We have like genuine conversations about things that we're interested in. It's crazy. I love it.
I definitely agree with you. For me, it was kind of on the opposite end. A lot of people expected that I was like approaching them because I wanted something like that out of them.
Yes, exactly. I think that like totally fits into it's just the way that you kind of like present yourself in real life, and also in meat space, in 3D space, it's really different.
um, for like a really long time, like through middle school and high school, I had like a very chronic case of resting bitch face.
Mm-hmm.
I just always looked angry and upset, mostly because I was always angry and upset. um, and a lot of people thought that like I was going to be the person that would come to school and shoot people.
Oh my
And
goodness.
like people telling me things like that, I'm like, oh my god, like really? I don't. I'm mad at my parents. I'm not going to take it out on you. What do you mean? And after things changed in my personal life with like exes and stuff, I definitely like bloomed and became a lot more brighter of a person. Um, and I think a lot of my inhibitions for VTubing kind of went away just through like already kind of doing a lot of online stuff to begin with. Like I'm not afraid to approach people because like I met my wife online. Um,
Hmm.
so I met both of my spouses online actually since we're married.
Wow.
um, but yeah, it just makes it a lot easier. Like I don't really worry about how people are going to respond because like there are so many tools that people can use to stop unwanted contact. That like if someone really doesn't want to talk to me, they can stop me from talking. And
Yeah.
so
Hmm.
I'm not going to worry about being like, hey, like I'm worried about you today. How are you doing? And I do that to basically everybody all the time. Just because who knows if like I'm the only person reaching out and checking on someone. You don't know what someone's life is like beyond the computer.
Exactly.
But I agree with you. I've made a lot of like really tender and important connections through VTubing. Even when like I didn't think I would be making friends through this at all at first. I just thought it would be like a means to an end. But like very close with Pia now. We talk all the time. We've even had like ups and downs. It's like a real relationship. It's not just like
It's just like real life.
whoa. Um but yeah, it's just it's nice. It's great. There's so many people that hey, I'm not saying you're a part-time slime. I'm saying part of the time you use your slime model.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Pumpkin's message. Feels emotions. This is so immersive.
um but
I think that yeah, for sure. Like the whole I don't think I really like came into it thinking I'm gonna um like make friends that are I am as close to and admire so much. That's the really cool thing too, is like on top of making friends that I can talk to, that I'm close with, these a lot of these friends are like extremely competent um and admirable content creators on their own, and beyond just talking to them and connecting with them as people, I admire and I love their content. um like I'm a content creator, but I feel like as much as I am a content creator, I'm also a content appreciator. And so like seeing and being able to be surrounded by so many people who do great work is like really motivating.
it definitely keeps your crops watered and your
My skin
oof.
clear.
Yeah. It's it's very nice to get up and see all the hard work that people put into their stuff every day, fun thumbnails and um cute pictures and fun clips, and I'm just bathing in quality content 24/7.
Hmm.
And
Bathing in
it's
content is such a good word, good way to say it.
it's yeah, Pia puts it really well. We have a very good kind of little bubble that we're in. 'Cause there's definitely some like not so kosher things going on in the VTuber community occasionally, but
Oh goodness, yeah.
none of it has managed to hit close to home. Um Everybody that we interact with is kind, and you foster a healthy community and Pia fosters a healthy community, and your people come and hang out with me, and I don't I don't put up with bullshit. So
Hmm.
we keep everything nice and relaxing for everybody.
Yeah.
Um it's just nice. It's nice and it feels like family a lot of the time.
Yeah, it does. I like that a lot. There was
Um
you mentioned earlier that you have a really terrible case of RBF, resting bitch face, and it reminded me I have the same problem. Um and I my my model is I tweet a lot of with my model, and my model is like kind of um made so that they always have a little bit of a resting smile on their face, or at least a little bit
mhm.
of a hint of a smile on their face, because I don't have that. And I was like uh, I was like so lonely for a while in my life. And I was like, man, why can't I make friends? I don't know how to make friends. It's really hard. And I kind of had like a really heartfelt talk with one of my close friends, and this was when I was quite young. This is like maybe when I was 19 or 20.
Mhm.
And my friend was like, I don't know if you realize you're really intimidating. Like you don't smile that much, and you don't really reach out and talk to people that much. Like no offense, but like you're quite introverted. You're quite quiet. Um, and like you're in the debate club, and so whenever you open your mouth, you're like saying shit like that, and I'm like, oh, I see. There's a reason to why I'm so lonely and don't have friends. And so one of
Oh
the nice
man.
things about like one of the things that I try to, like when you have an avatar, you kind of have it patch up the things that you don't have in real life. Is that for me it's the fact that my model is looks way friendlier than I do.
Ah, that's why my model is visually appealing.
Yeah. We look for ways to represent ourselves um in ways that we can't in real life.
uh, boy, I sure like making subtle digs at myself.
It's part of being a VTuber. We all love to do that.
It's true. Um, I don't know. It's yeah, I mean, I definitely don't have that problem anymore. But for the longest time, like everybody always thought I was angry or upset. I just have like thick eyebrows and I'm constantly in pain. So
Hmm. But also, like, I think that's, and I feel like a lot of people have told me the same thing. It's really interesting that you say that because you have a very like friendly, conversational, and inviting voice, and so I feel like as soon as you open your mouth, people would probably change their impression. But that's only if they get to speaking with you first. And I've gotten the same thing before. They're like, "Oh, you're friendlier when you start to talk," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I know."
I and this is not necessarily something I'm proud of, but I definitely made an impression in high school at one point. Um, this one class I was in was just like really misbehaving all the time, 24/7, and they wouldn't listen to punishment, so the teacher just started assigning more and more and more and more and more work. And I'm like,
Mhm.
I'm already failing all of my classes, and he's trying to quiet everybody down, and I'm like, everybody be quiet. Nobody heard me. Everybody quiet down. Nobody heard me. So I stood up, slammed my book shut, and screamed. And the girl in front of me peed herself.
Oh no.
Um, and everybody stopped. I'm like, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. I'm failing because of you guys. You are literally like ruining my academic career right now. Like, please stop. I don't want to have to do something else. Like, please
Mhm.
stop. And after class, someone came up to me and was like, you have the voice of a warrior. And that made me laugh. Um, a lot of times, as soon as people realize they're actually like hurting someone with what they're doing, even people who like might be bullying, when they realize it's like really causing a problem, a lot of times people will stop and they'll level with you. At least that's the
Yeah.
experience I've had. You just got to be real with people. You can't like get tough if you're really hurting. You just got to tell someone like, hey, like this is really messing me up.
Yeah,
Like,
I feel like a lot of the time we're so compelled to bend backwards just to make someone else, not make it obvious that we're hurting, that we're suffering, and we're taking the short end of the stick. But when really, like, if you go out there and you let people know, it's going to change how they look at things. It's going to change how they act too. When people realize that they are like directly affecting somebody in a negative way, it makes a lot of people, or at least I can't say everyone, but it does make a lot of people kind of like turn around and look at themselves and go like, oh,
mm-hmm.
maybe I should cut that out. Yeah, Pia puts it really well. Like few people are intrinsically bad. Very few people in your life are bad to the core and just out seeking negative experiences and to um like subject people to malice and negativity. Um,
A lot of times, the people that are trying to submit people to malice and negativity are people that are experiencing it themselves.
yeah, and they kind of want
So
to
it's
like
like,
drag you
yeah,
into a down there to misery loves company. They want company. They want
and I
somebody to be
I
there for
don't
them.
I don't think that's bad or evil. It's just like that is sort of it's like a black hole. There's a gravity to being depressed, upset, and angry.
Yeah.
Um, and you pull in everything in your surroundings and wallow in it if you don't get help. And um, like I'll be completely honest, a lot of the kids that bullied me in like very early school, by the time I moved from my hometown, they were my friends, like actual
Hmm.
friends. I hung out with them on regular occasions.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I was like, you guys are like literally hurting me. Could you stop? And they're like, oh, I didn't really realize it was bad. We were just poking fun.
Yeah. It's one of the things, like the fact that this happened in school is kind of really telling, because I think that people think about like teenagers, and a lot of times people don't realize that like teenagers are still in the process of growing up. They're still kind of feeling out their social boundaries, and feeling out like what is and isn't good. And part of the things that really helps them is getting that kind of feedback. Is Louis C.K. did a really good kind of bit on this before, where he was like, um, two children are playing together. One kid shoves the other one, and he falls, and he cries. He hurts himself and he cries. And the kid who shoves the other kid goes like, "Oh, that didn't really feel very good, seeing them hurt and crying." And one of the like shitty things about cyberbullying is that you text someone, you go like, "Hi, you're fat," and then the other person on the other side of the phone is crying. But you don't see that. You don't see that feedback. And so you don't
Mm-hmm.
learn from that interaction that hurting people feels bad for you too. And then it encourages you to do more. And so that kind of feedback is really important for kids who were in high school as well, because
Mm-hmm.
as much as they may look like they're kind of close to being adults, kids in high school were still growing, they're still developing. And they need that kind of feedback.
Yeah. And especially online, like there's a lot of context that's missing when you're discussing things with people. Like I'm not going to get like mega into detail, but a little while ago with someone, some of us know, I'm not going to name them just because it's easier if we don't. Um, there was like a point in time where someone was trying to like uh, put them down in public and used conversations that involved me as like ammo, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like I made absolute sure that like I explained myself when I approached them in a way that like what I said is like my point is made, and like I don't care if somebody at one point said something about me. Like modern interactions prove otherwise about that feeling anyway, and people get upset and say things they don't mean all the time.
Mm-hmm.
um but it's really important, and I stress this, that like if you're sending someone messages only through text, if it's a conversation that you can misinterpret, like 9 times out of 10 someone is going to misinterpret it. Provide context. No one is going to
Yeah.
be mad at you for providing extra context.
Yeah, yeah. Over explaining is definitely not a detriment to any conversation. It's the worst thing that can happen is that it goes unnoticed, and the best case scenario is people have more context.
um yeah, because you don't want there to be a misunderstanding. Like the last thing I wanted is for them to wake up and see um there's like notifications on Discord after they know that someone's trying to do this stuff in publicly, thinking that like I'm approaching them because I'm mad, right?
Mm.
And that's not what I want. Like I don't care. It doesn't matter what you say about me behind closed doors, because sometimes maybe I'm an asshole, whatever. I don't want to be that kind of person, and I try very hard not to. But like, if you're choosing to continue to interact with me, that's enough. That's honestly enough.
Mhm.
People vent all the time. I vent about my family, and they're people that I love immensely, and they frustrate me. So it's
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
that doesn't mean I don't like them just because I want to say like, hey, like, I can't believe my brother did this thing on purpose that hurt me. Like, he wasn't trying to hurt me, but he still did the thing on purpose. Like, I can't trust him anymore. Like, no, that's not how relationships work.
Yeah,
Um,
there's a lot more flexibility in interpersonal relationships than a lot of people think.
um, yeah, I don't know. It's wild. People don't get enough interaction, and then like this is sort of like a nuclear bomb of a call out, but 90% of people in the younger generations from like millennial and younger um are like introverts to a point where like it's painful because of the way that we were growing up with technology constantly changing,
Mm-hmm.
and the world shifting in crazy ways. It
Yeah.
emotionally stunted like 90% of us, and now a lot of people are constantly saying detrimental things about themselves,
Mm-hmm.
and the pandemic certainly isn't helping people
Oh
feeling
wait, yeah,
isolated.
it
um
may have made things worse. Oops.
so I feel like a lot of people lack the experience in personal conversations, and we were talking about this right before stream as well. um and we're going to use the bad word, clout chasing.
Ugh.
I really don't feel like it's a thing to a degree, to the degree that people think it is.
No, I
um
don't. I like very. I'm sorry. I'm gonna interrupt you very very quickly. I promise it won't be too long. But like clout chasing as a phrase, these two words as a combination, I highly despise this combination of words. I think it is. I think it's a very like ill meaning a set of words created just to kind of make fun of people who are making an effort. It's kind of like the calling someone a tryhard in this generation. I
mhm.
don't like that word. I think that people make an effort, and they shouldn't be shamed for it.
I definitely think the way you put it, like they're, it's essentially a phrase created for people who are successful to put down people who are trying to be successful.
Yeah.
um and
There's no shame in there's no shame in the grind set. I love that word. I love the grind set.
um there's no shame in being a person who gets up and reaches out to people over and over and over again. Like, what's the shame in reaching out to 20 people, even if you only get one response that works? Like, that will impact your brand positively.
Hmm.
Like, everyone had to network and build things up. All of the people who started on YouTube, they linked everyone and their mom what they posted
Yeah,
to
if you guys
grow.
remember the heydays of well, not really the heydays, but the olden days of YouTube, but when you had to tag your videos and everyone would tag their videos for with like keywords of everything under the sun, and Google had to actually start penalizing people for that. They can take your video down now if you try to tag it with keywords that aren't relevant because people are doing that so much.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just like there's been a lot of times in like my early VTubing career, not as much now because I've just kind of ingrained myself in like an area of the VTubing community as a whole where people are much less toxic about like reaching out for collabs and stuff. Like, anyone who said no to me has been like, I just don't feel like I'd be interesting on an interview, and I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, but there's this mindset that um, just because someone has more or less numbers than you, that they are more or less valid. Um, and like, honestly, that's so crazy. Like, if your part-time worker at McDonald's is working less time than you, but they know all of the same things that you know how to do, they're still equally as valid as a worker. Like, I don't know, I just don't get it.
Hmm. Hmm.
It's wild to me that like people are punished for wanting to succeed. Um,
Yeah.
People are scared to let people know that they want to succeed. Like, I have said straightforward to everybody, like, of course there are things that I have to gain from interacting with you. That's how working, existing as a human being works. Like,
Yeah.
I make effort to interact with my parents growing up because they provide home and food. That is a personal need. Um,
Exactly.
I interact with people who I consider my friends because they provide serotonin and happy hormones that make me not jump off a cliff.
Yeah.
Um,
So it turns out we are social creatures. Who would have thunk?
so that's my that's my spiel on that sort of thing. Speaking of interpersonal relationships, we have another anonymous question, which is actually signed off, so it's not anonymous. But through Marshmallow at least. You have over 300 spouses, but do you have a favorite wife slash husband? Is it Pia P UFO?
I wonder
JK
who sent
JK.
this one.
My actual question is that was there something about VTubing that surprised you that you didn't know before you started?
Surprised me. Um, hmm. I think the most surprising part is that I really enjoy streaming. Streaming was the most daunting part of VTubing for me. I had a fair bit of experience and confidence in everything else I do. I do all my graphic design, my own art every now and then. I've done music for years, and so there's a certain level of comfort and almost like just like falling into a rhythm when I do these things.
Mm-hmm.
And there isn't really an expectation of how easy or hard it would be because I've done them for years. They came quite naturally. But streaming was really, really daunting. I really put it off um, for a long. I've put off like streaming for real for a long time, and um, lots of people really like they'll ask me like what do you have any recommendations for someone who hasn't started yet, and my recommendation is always like, oh, you should start streaming first to see if you like it, because I feel like I made the really huge mistake and a really huge gamble by banking on the fact that I was going to enjoy or at least be able to tolerate streaming.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
paid for my model, got it rigged, and then didn't do my first stream until everything was, you know, pieced together and ready and presentable, which is kind of just like my motor operandi. But I realized that was, in hindsight, that's such a huge gamble because I could have really hated it. It could have set off my social anxiety. It could have really eaten away at my social energy, and I wouldn't have enough left to do other things like work, you know, which is
mm-hmm.
necessary for survival, or you know, do other kinds of content. And so there's a huge risk of it taking a huge chunk out of my energy, and it doesn't. That's the most surprising part, is that I really love streaming. It does not take too much energy out of me. I start to miss it after a while if I take a little bit of a break. Um, and so yeah, I think that's the most shocking part.
I definitely agree with you on like that mindset, and how that can often be a mistake too. There's so many people out there who will be like $4,000 deep and they haven't streamed yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I ran into it a lot when I would like frequent networking threads and stuff. People would be like, oh, I'm looking for people to collab with, and I'll reach out and be like, okay, when do you want to collab? It's like, oh, I haven't started streaming yet, I'm gonna wait for my debut. And I'm like, why are you posting about collabs then? Like,
Yeah, yeah. I got a few DMs like that before I even started streaming. They're like, "Would you like to collab at one point?" And I'm like, "Have you like maybe thought about the fact that maybe once I start streaming, I won't have content that you like?" Um, or like, I don't, you haven't started streaming either. We're both I also don't like the word pre-debut, but you know, we're both pre-debut or whatever that means. I don't know what your content is like. Maybe let's slow down a little bit.
I'm still pre-debut, but I'm more of a premature streamer, and I started early.
A
So
pre-debut.
yeah, I may actually do like a real solid debut, but I don't think it's necessary. Um, but like the hype leading up to it definitely has an impact on a channel.
Mm-hmm,
Um,
mm-hmm.
but I legitimately, like, I didn't follow any of the trends for VTubing starting up. All of my growth until about 300 followers, I think, was just me streaming.
Yeah,
I didn't
and
like
I think
collab with
that's like,
anybody, and it's important to like learn where you are as a content creator in this.
yeah, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of things that you kind of feel out for yourself. That like everyone streams a little bit different from the other person, and we all sort of learn off of each other as well. And when you watch somebody stream without knowing what streaming is like, there's very little you can glean from them. But every now and then, I just drop into another person's streams, and I learn something new because I'm like, oh, what kind of transition is that? That's a really cool stream transition, or like that redeem idea is really unique, and I want to have something similar. And
Mm-hmm.
so like having like starting first and just feeling things out and knowing what you're working with is the best way to learn more and grow more as well.
Mm-hmm. And like, there's definitely a lot you can learn from other streamers, but if I didn't start streaming back in October by myself, how would I have learned that I prefer to stream doing a headstand while butt naked?
Yeah.
There's just some
Impressive.
things you gotta learn.
But yeah, I
um,
think there's the whole like I don't really dislike the term like pre-debut for what it is. I think it's just that people use it quite often to hide behind it, and I'm not uh like free from that either. I'm also guilty because I tried to get all of my things in order before I started streaming. But I think just in hindsight, just when I look back on it, I'm like that's so risky. That's such a huge gamble, especially if you're someone who's investing like real money into a model and like overlays, BGM, etc. Like get a feel for it first, and you'll have a way better idea what you really want out of your streams.
Hello.
Hi,
It's
Mom.
Lydia. Hi. Hello.
We were splurging about how talented you are earlier. You missed it.
I can do it again. Do,
Let's go. Let's go.
do you want to an encore of my Lydia simp moment? I could replay it.
Do as I say, not as I you. That's cute. Oh yeah, we were just talking about how incredible your models are, and you're a very talented artist, and that it really much seemed like I made a good choice, not only for me but for you as an artist, because it let you like kind of stretch your artist fingers and do something new and different, weird.
Yeah, I feel like just given the kind of care, Lydia, that you put into all your models and to make them feel unique and personalized, that it was like definitely a venture that in terms of making Lunar's model, I think it's definitely a venture that few people could have done as well as you do. Um because like there's so many there's many kind of models and model artists out there who kind of have a very set style and aesthetic to them, and they appeal to a different crowd. But I think I don't know, I was just so blown away by you putting all your models next to each other, and I was like, that this is crazy, all of them are so unique, and I can almost like see the personality in each individual model, but none of them feel like they were like burst out of a mold. I was incredibly inspired by you putting out your all your VTuber children in one post.
Yeah, they were really good, and this is not like a call out to because this happens to a lot of artists anyway, but there is definitely like a artistic signature present in your art, but it's not a way that like makes it to where it feels like they're all the same character wearing different hats.
Yeah.
Um,
Wearing different hats. That's so funny. I love that.
um, but I've definitely seen some model artists unfortunately have like a little bit of same face where like the structure is all the same, but then like the different bits and bobs in their eyes and in their hair and stuff are different. And that's okay. Like you can want that. Um, there's uh, Isa, you're not terrible about that. I think that your art has like an appeal to it. That is not like it's not same face, but I've legitimately seen same face out there, and I'm not gonna like call anybody out because like if that's what you want, that's what you want.
I think a lot of the
um,
time for as a person who like I feel like I'm very much like not even midway in terms of like my art journey, is that like I can't really help it a lot of the time. I get locked into a lot of um very very stiff looking art just because of like lack of flexibility and lack of experience. And I feel like that definitely happens not quite so much as like a as out of habit, but more out of just like the limitations of someone's artistic ability too.
Mm-hmm. I get that. And there's even like for me, for my art, I have some issues like that. Like a lot of the time when I draw characters with faces, sometimes I draw characters without faces. I'm saying I feel like I have to specify. Um, they have like a sinister look to them, and it's never on purpose, almost ever.
Mm.
But like a lot of times, just the way that I do my art, my characters look like they're like maybe they're smuggling drugs in their butt or something. I don't know.
What a wow! What a very specific look to have.
But like even
I
when I
love
draw
it.
other people, like I drew Pia, and the art for Pia looked like very yandere, and it was not on purpose. I'm like,
Hmm.
she definitely has vibes that she will murder you or anyone that comes close to you, or maybe both. And at this point I've embraced it because I've tried drawing like super cute stuff and it works. That's like the only way I can avoid it though.
I think I just had this idea in my head that I thought was really funny. It would be like if you open up commissions and you're like open commissions. Um, I draw you in a style where it looks like you're smuggling drugs in your butt.
You know, honestly, I bet that would sell because you know, more often than like good art, people will shell out for shit posts like nobody's business.
Yeah.
Good lord.
How's the butt smuggle come?
Oh, you know. um I can't get over that Lithia dropped in when I said that I stream doing a headstand butt naked, so that's exciting. Wow. We've got on a lot of tangents. Quick, I'm gonna touch on what Pia asked because you mentioned about what like surprised you.
Yes.
I've been surprised honestly by how genuine everyone is when given the opportunity to have a mask. A lot of people are a lot more real with you than I think that they
Mm-hmm.
would be as like a camera streamer.
For sure, yeah. I
And
think the kind of like semi anonymity kind of works. I also can't pronounce that word. Anonymity is also a double-edged sword. It can create environments what we talked about earlier where people aren't afraid to to treat you not so much like a person, but also it can be a very an awfully liberating experience
Mhm.
because I really value my privacy and I'm really really careful about the person you know behind Hiiragi Yuu, host VTuber. I'm really careful to not let them get anywhere near the host side of things. Um, and so in that regard, the fact that these people who know like very little about me as a person, where I came from, um, but like because of the fact that given the fact that they don't know anything about me, we can connect on it like more like almost like raw and like on a basis that is without assumptions or like presumptions about the other person, you know?
Yeah, you can just kind of connect with someone based on solely the information that they provide, um, which feels a lot more healthy a lot of times. Um,
Hmm.
like uh, a lot of people seeing me in real life might assume that like I'm the kind of person you want to cross the street to avoid just because I'm like husky and not uh I don't want to say not particularly taken care of. I like bathe and stuff, um but like I don't look like a friendly person. Um
Hmm.
so people see Floof and they think, wow, friendly, perfect, round wiggles. um so uh it's been nice. But that's really the thing that I think surprised me the most is just how genuine people get.
Yeah.
I'm giggling. I laughed about this when I first saw it. Originally last week I was gonna have Talgi or Bean, if you know them as Bean, come on Friday, but because I was suffering from COVID, I postponed. And some of the questions in here, I'm actually gonna ask one of them just because it's a good question.
Hmm.
But it's like the duality of man. Like one of them is Q for Bean, favorite drink and food, and then the immediate question after that is with the success of platforms like YouTube and Twitch, a focus has been brought back to the nature of parasocial relationships and how being in a position of power can have unhealthy effects on you or the audience. What steps, if any, do you take with your audience to try and keep them at a healthy distance to avoid this from being a potential issue? And I'm like, the duality of man.
Beams and also parasocial relationship.
Oh man. But I mean, that is legitimately a good question. Like, do you take any additional steps to avoid like people feeling like they're dating you directly and have access to you at any time and stuff like that? Like, parasocial relationships are kind of scary.
Yeah. It's a hot topic in this community. I personally kind of wrote it into my concept. I'm a host at a host club, and when you visit hosts at a host club, they're a rental company. They will
Mm-hmm.
make you feel very special, and they will listen to you, and they will keep you company, and they'll have fun with you, and they'll drink with you. But at the end of the night, after you pay the bill and you get home, we're two separate people, and we lead separate lives. And I kind of use that as kind of a precursor for how our relationships as content creator and viewers should function.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of why I didn't create a Discord too. Discord servers feel like they're very much eating into a private space that I need to have past outside of just streaming and content creation. Um, and so I kind of want to keep it to just streams, and also of the time that I spend on Twitter. Is that the times that I choose to stream, I love, and I really like. I genuinely love spending that time with people that way, and I love talking to you. And there's no, it's all very genuine. I have a lot of fun with streaming, but once I end stream, um I kind of like go back to having my own life. And even though some of that time might be used on content creation as well, it doesn't mean I'm always there to interact with you,
Yeah, it's
or to,
important for people to realize that even though you are Hiiragi Yuu, you're not always Hiiragi Yuu.
yeah. Unfortunately.
My approach to avoiding parasocial relationships evolving into anything unpleasant for me is I push the fact I am happily married and have no interest in any of your various uh penile photographs or or your bustling bosoms. I don't really care about that stuff. I'm happy. And also like why I'm a horrible ogre. I'm terrible and awful and just the worst thing to look at. I have a voice for radio. um, and so I just try to make a point that like I will make friends with people because I do like actively enjoy friendships. I'm a very extroverted person.
Mm.
Um, but that doesn't mean that like I'm interacting or like I even sometimes flirt with people because flirting is fun. But it's always a joke, always, because it's a thing that is fun. But
Yeah. I think there's that kind of like boundary again,
mm-hmm,
in terms of like, and you know what, it's really hard, because these kinds of things are all about vibes. It's really hard to make a generalized statement about how someone makes you feel. And like
mm-hmm,
and flirting, I do plenty of that, because like I think like it's just an out of appreciation,
mm-hmm,
and oftentimes, hopefully, everyone takes it the way that I want them to, which is jokingly. And if they don't, I would really hope that they would come and tell me about it, so that I'm a little bit more careful about how I approach them. I know that everyone has different expectations about how they want to be approached as well. Um,
I just
I
imagine you
personally
regularly get DMs like, you awakened something inside of me.
no, no.
Oh
I think
man.
it's like uh one of the things that I kind of struggled with in the beginning is that I'm like I don't keep it a secret that like I'm a full grown adult with a libido and I'm very accepting of and I appreciate like 18 plus material, whether it be like straight up um like spicy content or just like the cracking a bit of a explicit joke here and there, and
Mhm.
also just acknowledging that like sex exists, um and
Yes,
I know that
unfortunately.
unfortunately, yeah, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, sadly, I must announce that sex exists. Um, and I know that there's some people, and like 100%, all the kind of all kinds of respect to them. There, I know people who are sex repulsed, and I think I respect that, and I don't want to infringe on their space, but I didn't really know how to manage that, you know. And I think I kind of figured out that like a lot of people who have that kind of preferences in place will avoid content like that. And so we should all just kind of conduct the way ourselves the way that we want to. Nobody should
Mhm.
control how we conduct ourselves and what kind of content we create. And then there's a lot of kind of self-discipline and self-censoring that should go on if you have a certain preference about things.
I agree. And also it's worth noting, I didn't mention it before the stream, but you can uncensor yourself. You can say whatever the hell you want. It doesn't matter.
Sex?
Um I have no I curse all the time. I talk about whatever. Just it doesn't matter. Um I don't know. It's interesting because we definitely have like a different approach to how we handle ourselves in like a stream environment because um I'm always lunar oatmeal. Like this is just who I am. I don't attempt to like hide the kind of person I am. The only difference here is that on stream, just because like I'm totally in control of everything, um, I'm a little bit less of a goblin. Because in real life I am the chaotic friend. um, I always absolutely mess everything up all the time. Um, but when I have like complete control of like where the ship steers, it doesn't seem like chaos, does it?
Yeah.
uh, Pia says, "Oof, mood. I used to self-censor and try to be someone I wasn't when I started VTubing to make others happy. But what made me happiest was being myself." That's very important, um, because you can only continue to make content if you're happy, and if muting who you are doesn't make you happy, then your content will suffer anyway.
Hmm.
So I think it's important to find that balance, and it's okay to like not bring 100% of who you are to the stage when you're being a VTuber.
Yes.
Um, like I probably am a lot more negative when I'm not streaming.
Hmm.
Just because that's not something that I should be bringing here.
Yes.
I don't need to
That's
come. Go ahead.
no, no, no. You go first. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
I was just saying I don't need to come on here and tell everybody I'm disabled all the time and I can't make money. Please, please give me money. Please, I'm so desperate. I can't pay my bills. My roof is broke.
No,
um,
the floofs need a roof over their heads.
um, and honestly, that was actually for a little while. My roof was actually
Hmm.
broken, but
Oh,
we got everything fixed, so everything's
good,
good.
good. Okay.
um, but that stuff, like I'll talk about it if it comes up. Like I do use the disability tab or
Yeah.
tag, so like people will come in and sometimes, and it's usually like you can feel an ominous feeling when they do it too, because they'll come in and say, "Oh, you're disabled?
Hmm.
What disability do you have? Name all the disabilities." It's like,
Name all
why
the
why are you gatekeeping me? I'm epileptic. Go away.
yeah. Name all the Oh no. I
Oh
think that
man.
the I think I was going to kind of touch on this as well, and then you kind of also went on this topic. So I'm really glad we're kind of on the same page here.
Hmm.
We're on the same wavelength. But the whole like be yourself for sure, but also one of the things that, and I feel passionate about enough about this for a little while that I was like, um maybe I should like make a mini video essay about it.
Hmm.
But my personal opinion is that like, yeah, be yourself, be your genuine self, be nice, speak the truth, like don't be um be an amount of yourself that you're comfortable with, but also there's a very fine balance of being yourself, and then also like being a little bit too much yourself when you're a content creator, because what I often see with a lot of content creators that have numbers that kind of exceed like like comprehension, like they'll put out like a random photo of the french fry they're eating and get a like disproportionate amount of like social media traction on it, and that's the
Yeah.
level where they're at, but at the same time they don't have the awareness and respect for the fact that they have that kind of reach, and they'll like almost trauma dump on their followers. And so that's the kind of fine line between like how much of yourself should you be as a content creator. And I respect that you have that awareness where like you don't want to trauma dump on your, if we hate the fact that chatters come in and trauma dump on us, what gives us the right to dump, trauma dump our problems onto our audience constantly? Like, people
Hmm.
come on social media and they're subject to your content, they follow you because they like you, they believe in the quality of your content. They're not here to be your personal therapist. And
Absolutely.
as you slowly start to gain like any level of social media influence, it doesn't matter if you have a few thousand followers, if you have like 10 to 100, that's reach. There's people who are going to be seeing your content, seeing the things that you put out, and be affected by it. And those people's feelings you need to be aware of. I don't want to make it seem like we always have to have a smile on our faces when we're a content creator, but also there's kind of a line that you have to draw in the sand regarding
Hmm.
like where you want to, want your life to be exposed for people to spectate on
Hmm.
in public. And that's one of my biggest um pet peeves, like, I don't know, criticism of a lot of large content creators is that they constantly subject a lot of their loyal loving followers to things to a lot of like anxiety and to a lot of
And
negativity that they didn't need to be around. And also like the worst of it is like when they lead their followers on a crusade
yeah,
to
like
attack another person.
legal drama and stuff too.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
I've seen it even in like smaller creators too, where like they'll suffer from a problem and they'll do like almost their best to make it everyone else's problem too.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
for example, just because I have IBS doesn't mean I should be farting into an unmuted microphone. Like, there are other ways for people to understand that you're suffering.
Mhm. OCD, gangrene, polio, ADHD, catch them all.
um, so I think it's important to definitely have um the ability to draw a line. Like, um, there's a streamer and I won't name them by name, but a lot of times they end up streaming when they're kind of in a negative mindset, but they're able to draw a line and not make that like the entire purpose of the stream.
Mhm.
So you can see that like they're down, but they're still pushing to create the content, and they're still like putting in the effort to continue forward. And I respect that because like if someone asks, "Hey, are you okay?" Like, "Oh, I mean, not like super okay, but like we'll make it through," and that's fine. That's the way you should approach when you're suffering in front of an audience. Like, sometimes it's even better to just not. And and come only when you give people 100%, but sometimes that's not an option.
Yeah.
Consistency is important. We all know that, and sometimes it's led people to push through when they really ought to be resting. But um, unfortunately, content creation as a whole is very cutthroat, and a lot of people treat it as like it's an eat or be eaten kind of uh, reality. And I don't think that's true. I think that um, 9 times out of 10, if I were to collab with someone larger than me, um, maybe like 10% of their followers will like continue to watch my content. And that's good, but it's not like they're stopping watching someone else. Like, if some of your fans come here and continue to watch, they're going to continue to be your fans.
That's
And
a yeah, that's a huge like um thing I was kind of commenting on a while back when people were like, don't don't tell me that like I'm not your favorite streamer. That hurts my feelings. But like my perspective on it is kind of like that I don't think life and relationships work that way. Um I think that I don't have to be your number one favorite, but if you ever want to stop in, I'll have fun with you and I really like your company. And the just like like the reality that like I'm not someone's
Whoa.
favorite streamer is not going to make or break me. Um, and the fact that some people take it so personally that they're like, don't ever say that to me, it's going to hurt my feelings, is kind of like really strange to me. Like, people can like multiple things at the same time, actually. Did you know?
Crazy, I know, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Multitasking? What's that?
yeah, I mean, like, legitimately, there's a lot of streamers that I will literally sit and watch at the same time. Um, just because I want to be there to support them. And a lot of times I will like bring the volume very low on one streamer and go chat in the other chat for a little bit, and then I'll swap back and forth because like just because someone is going doesn't mean that like lurking is important too. I don't know. I just
Yeah, like I think that a lot of us do this because we're, we like content. We like content from like-minded people. We like content from our friends and our peers. Um, and I don't think there should be this kind of assumption that like everyone who watches you need to have 100% of their attention on you. Um, that they need to always be there for you because everyone has lives, you know?
mm-hmm.
We're all like supposedly, we're all mostly, not supposedly, we're mostly, adults with our own lives, our own
Mm-hmm.
social lives, our working lives. Our Some of us are in academia, and so we have other things to juggle. Not very many of us are full time, content consumers, and so the kind of assumption that like it's we're all vying for audienceship and that or viewership and that like sharing viewership is somehow a way to lose like viewership on your own is really really silly and ridiculous to me.
I 100% agree. I honestly think that viewing other streamers as competition is one of the worst ways to have a good mindset when you stream.
Mhm.
Um, there is absolutely no reason, even if I literally did the exact same content as you, I was playing the same games as you, and I did ASMR at the same time as you, like, I would still respect you and admire you. And if for whatever reason I had to end early, I would just send people to you because it's more of the same kind of content, and that's what people are here for. They should be able to see other people who make that kind of content as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's really important to realize that like no, that big streamer is not out to get you. No, they are not your enemy. You don't have to start a war to get better at streaming. You don't have to burn bridges to get followers. Like, turns out that kind of stuff usually ends up badly anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
um like I'll use, because a lot of people get upset that like their friends don't make it to their streams or whatever.
That's so silly.
Um,
That's so silly.
and
Sorry.
I'm yeah, no, it is silly. I think it's ridiculous. I'm gonna I'm gonna call out Pia specifically because we're in completely opposite time zones, right? Um, I don't sleep very well, so I very rarely am up early enough to watch Pia's streams. And vice versa, Pia is rarely alive and awake when I'm streaming.
Alive.
Um, and so I'm like, unless Pia is relevant, I usually don't even bother Pia that I'm streaming. But like sometimes when I'm doing fan art, I'm like, hey, I'm doing art review if you want to come drop by. If you can't, you can't. That's fine. Like that's life. You have a life. You exist. You have work. You beyond your work, you're also like drumming away at making art for stream and assets for stream. Like you have to accept that like just because you cannot perceive the life that that person has doesn't mean that
Hmm.
it does not exist.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
There I think that people just forget that other people are also people when they make assumptions like that. There's a lot of, and like I don't want to blame these people and say like, "Oh, how could you?" Because it's how online interactions in this platform makes it out to be. We're all just kind of like display names on a screen or avatars, a voice behind an avatar, and so oftentimes it can be, if you're not really thinking that hard, it can be really easy to dehumanize another person and
mhm,
to desensitize yourself the fact that like you're surrounded by like a ton of individuals who are just as individually unique as you and have all the same struggles and have all the same um ups and downs in their life, even if they're not like occupied. Sometimes I just want to lay on my couch and take a nap with my cat, and I don't want to focus my attention on a stream. I may be like, I may turn
mhm,
it on and mute it just so I can be there for a friend, but I may not be there. And I would hope that, you know, that kind of understanding is mutual amongst everyone.
mhm. I hope so too, but there's definitely been times that people have made a point to like approach aggressively about things like that. I won't name names, but Pia and I both had an interaction with someone who I got blocked for like literally no reason. I still can't find out why. The only thing I had ever said to them is hello. um, and they also like harassed Pia about not making it to their streams, and it's like that that's not how that works. Like I come to a lot of your streams, you, because you stream at a time where I am available and usually not doing anything.
Hmm. Hmm.
But prior to starting to stream, I didn't watch streams. As a it didn't even like it didn't even make sense to me. Like I didn't even think about it as like a possible type of content to enjoy. Like
For sure, yeah.
people post
I'm in
stuff
the
on
exact
YouTube all
same
the
boat.
time. So
Hmm. I used to love like distilled content. I still do. I still love distilled content for that matter. I haven't lost my appreciation for video essays, for like deep dives. And those are the kind of like information's distilled into like a very condensed form for me to kind of for my brain juices to flow to. And so, because of the fact that I like that kind of content, I found streams kind of almost like boring back when, before I started personally streaming, um, because I didn't know, and especially because I think that streams and stream content from the outside before I was more acquainted with it was very much focused on gamer culture, and I had zero investment or interest in it. And one part of my worries actually when I first started VTubing was like, how do I create an environment that's appealing to people if I don't like Valorant or Apex? Like,
God,
how do I become a streamer if I don't play a Valorant, Apex, or a shooty pooty pew pew game, you know? Like,
honestly, like I can't agree with that more. I don't like ape sex and
oh
um
no, I can't believe you don't like Ape Sex. Call of Duty shoot a man.
yeah,
That's right.
and I really don't like what is it, Valorant? Um I don't know, it just a lot of those games like Fortnite, Apex, those games, like I enjoy first person shooters, but I can't begin to get into them because by the nature of the game, like the range of engagement is way too long.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I'll even watching people play it, I don't enjoy it. I'm there to support the person. I like the person, but the gameplay is not interesting to me because half the time you can't even see what they're shooting at.
Yeah, that's right.
It's so goddamn far away, and I'm like, excuse me, is this a video game for ants?
Fork
Um,
knife. I like. Okay, so fork knife and ape sex. Then that's what I'm gonna call it from now on. Thank you, Hamster.
a fork knife is
Fork knife and ape
similar,
sex.
very similar in that like you'll die from like a million miles away, and it's like, okay, fun,
Mm-hmm.
that was
And
engaging.
I think it's like a. It's very much like to like a. It draws a crowd that does not like as a if you were to plot them out on a Venn diagram the Venn diagram of people who like that kind of streams and the people who like want to kind of hang out and have a chill time are probably like two very separate circles. Um, and like it's really, you know what, this is also like kind of a just a related thing. I thought it was really interesting when I first started streaming. I didn't want to spend too much money on custom stream assets
Hmm.
when I first started because I will really wasn't sure where that was going. And so when I first started, I used a lot of pre-made stream assets and
Hmm.
pre-made free to use BGM, free to use assets, and it's really really interesting seeing the kind of visual design genre that these pre-made assets come in because 90% of them are like the like very hyper futuristic gamer aesthetic, and that's not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like more classy like nice piano music or jazz music or like more less techy visual assets, and it was really really difficult for me to find stuff like that. And so it's really interesting to see that kind of like that existing audienceship and like the kind of products that are being catered to existing streamers and how it's slowly starting to expand with different kinds of streamers.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like a lot of the pre-made assets that I had access to as well were like they use like 80s like Vice look or like
Yes, like the vaporwave
neon
aesthetic.
vaporwave aesthetic stuff, and it's like
Yeah.
almost everything is like that.
Yes.
Um, and so that was when I was like, I really can't use this stuff. Like, it really doesn't work for me. So I was like, hey, Ruby, can you make me an overlay? And we honestly like cheated with a lot of the assets and stuff. Like, the background is actually like 4 or 5 different PNGs that are scrolling at different speeds. And we haven't. I wanted to add more junk in the background. Um, like I've thought about like finding a friend and making like crappy body pillow art of them and then having it floating in space.
Oh, I love that.
Um, like the emotes being ejected into space is pretty funny. I didn't have that set up for a while, but um, my my favorite thing about it is that like it definitely like informs a vibe for the channel, like for yours especially as well. Like your assets are all very calm and reserved, so it creates like this dignified atmosphere where you can make butt jokes and stuff.
That's
um,
the perfect atmosphere for me to make jokes about putting oranges up your butt and benefiting.
but like that's honestly like that. I don't want to call it gap moe, but like that that dichotomy of like super refined aesthetic with like childish jokes is like very appealing, incredibly appealing. Um, it makes it a lot like more funny. Um,
Hmm.
because if someone had not like been there prior and does not expect it from you, getting sucker punched by a joke like that is just peak comedy. Um, honestly. Um, I'm gonna segue to a question that I had set up. Because
For sure.
you mentioned deep dive content, so I actually also enjoy that content too, and I've been thinking about branching out. You saw my New Year's thing,
Hmm.
to create more types of content. Are there any other forms of content that you don't currently make that you find interesting that you might want to branch out into?
Like the top one would be video essays because I've just loved them for so long. I know for a fact I can't edit those on my own though. I would need to enlist the help of an editor. Um, Video essays for sure. Part of it is because I feel like um, I have a lot of things to say. I have a lot of opinions, and I like to organize them already into. I type out my thoughts quite often just because I want to organize my thoughts. And Twitter is really not the greatest platform for that kind of like thought expression. I oftentimes I'll and like Twitter strangely kind of makes me hesitant to talk too much as well. Every now and then I'll make a tweet if I feel like it. But sometimes if I make a big tweet thread of like 5 tweets trying to make a point, I end up kind of feeling like I'm noisy and feeling like I've said too much. And so I feel like the correct and the better, or not correct, correct sounds too limiting, but the better format of organizing my thoughts and putting them into a presentable format would kind of be like a short video essay.
I think you're
um
right.
I know that there's quite a few, not a majority, but I know a few very, very capable VTubers who present bite-sized video essay content that I really admire, and I kind of want to try to go in that direction. I don't know if I'll have time to do it since I have a lot of things on my plate right now, but if I
Mhm.
get to like kind of working with an editor, I would really love to try it out.
I definitely agree. I think video essays are really interesting as well. That would be something that I would also be interested in branching out and doing.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps at some point we can do some kind of collaborative video essay about thoughts and opinions because we seem to jive well, at least in conversation. So,
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
but that's neither here nor there. I don't want to put you on the spot. Can you guys believe it? Hiiragi Yuu said no.
Not at all, not at all. I think like the like we like even before stream started, we've already talked about some things that I think are really worth diving into. I think like these kinds of free flow conversations are really valuable. But at the same time, there's kind of a satisfaction almost in organizing all your key points into a nice scripted and well edited video, you know,
Absolutely.
yeah, for consumption? Yeah, for someone else's like ease of consumption.
Yes, please consume my video.
Cons- can
Um,
consume my content.
I agree with you though, and I definitely understand how you feel about Twitter, and basically the only way to like put out like in-depth thoughts on Twitter, there's two different paths you can go and both of them look terrible. It's
Mm-hmm.
either you make a huge tweet thread and you use the character limit and put numbers at the end of everyone to make sure everybody knows that your idea is not done, or
Yeah.
you make a twit longer and terrify people.
Oh yeah, I do not like Twitlongers. They're uh I think at the like yeah, at the I think that Twitlongers are good for certain kinds of um contexts where you need to convey information, but unfortunately a lot of these contexts are kind of negative, and so they've gained that kind of connotation, and it makes people a little bit scared every time they see a Twitlonger, you know?
Yeah, every time I see a twit longer, it's like, okay, who's being canceled?
No.
And boy, I do not like that. And I'm not going to get into like so and so did nothing wrong or so and so is a terrible person because I honestly, no interaction that I can make will make any difference in the thing. And a lot of times people will provide context, but that context is out of context as well.
Hmm.
So it's like the narrative that's being pushed is that someone did something terrible, but there's not really any way to prove that beyond that. So it gets messy. It's really messy in general.
Yeah, and like the other than that kind of context, I see a lot of them being used for like, or I'm going on a hiatus,
Or
I'm gonna take a
graduation.
break, or yeah, and that's kind of stuff too. And I feel like that kind of it's just connotation wise, it's just locked into that kind of tone, and so, um, and also like no offense to like anybody or Twitlonger. They provide a good service for when you need that kind of function. But Twitlongers are kind of like boring. Like if you wanted to make a really, really good and interesting point and you actually wanted to get across to people, you don't want to bury it, first of all, in a link and put it under a menacing title and then make people read a big block of text on a white background website with like no other formatting available.
Yeah. Also, for those of you who didn't know, if you have a link in your tweet, the algorithm hides it from people.
The algo, the
So
big evil algo.
it's basically the worst way to try to like make a point. The only way that they receive notoriety is through other people sharing them. And that's the same for any content on Twitter, really. Using hashtags that aren't currently trending, um, hides your stuff. It's just not honestly a very good platform for the type of content people create anymore. But the website was never made as like a with the purpose of like the general public using it. It was like to get minute by minute news from celebrities. That's why the website was
Mm-hmm.
made, and that's
That's
the
right.
purpose. That's the purpose that it serves. Um, Now I don't make websites, and if Floof was like, "Hey, I made better Twitter," no one would come to better Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not how it works. I don't have money. Even if it had like good algorithm junk, I don't know. It just everybody complains about like the different platforms that we have available and the issues that we have with them. But when the solution is you have to make a new platform, that's not easy, and it probably won't happen.
Yeah.
Um,
There's a lot of like um kind of like luck and also like ensuing staticity in terms of like the platforms that people like plant themselves into and like make their kind of like social media homes. um and it's like it almost takes a certain stroke of like good timing and luck for a social media platform to be released and pick up traction and be used. um and it's and once it gets used too, people will complain about a ton of things, but the it takes so much energy to move from platform to platform that you're not going to feel incentivized to move unless there was truly a reason to, such as like if anyone used Tumblr back in the day, Tumblr went through some very big ownership switches and very big policy changes that really affected the core user base of Tumblr that made people want to move away from it. And so, unless Twitter does something like that, um, and really kind of like shoots themselves in the foot, and drives their own users away, it's going to be really hard to see all of us kind of migrate to another platform.
so here's, in my opinion, the only way that it would really work is you would have to have everything ready, tested with like small groups of people to make sure everything functions properly, and then you just wait. You just wait and wait and wait until Twitter or whatever service you're trying to replace does something stupid, and then you launch.
Yeah. It's a bit of a chess game
Yeah.
at this point for corporates, of course. Nothing we small fries have to be concerned about, but for the corporates who are trying to overtake each other, it's very much a social media and social trends game of chess for them to play.
Yeah, it's wild. Um so here's a question I usually ask a little later into the interview. What do you think you do that separates you or sets you apart from content creators that make similar content to you?
Oh man, that's hard. My first knee jerk reaction was to say nothing because I feel like I'm a pretty textbook VTuber. I do all the things that VTubers do. I have a model. I stream. I sing
Mhm.
covers. Um, I I make degen jokes. Like it's all very. I have to actually think about this one. This one I've never thought about before.
Um,
Um,
there are easy answers that I have for what I think sets you apart. But they're
Okay.
things that you're not doing specially. They're just like things that you have innately. Like, you are very pleasant to listen to.
Oh, thank
Um,
you.
so just your voice in general, like you have the I don't want to call it a talent because it's not a talent. It's just the sound that comes out of your throat. um,
my
and you
my
did
throat noises. Thank you.
you did obviously, like you said, you've taken lessons and stuff for vocal exercises and singing and such. So like your your voice has been refined, but like no amount of speech lessons and vocal lessons can um change like the literal like tone and value of your voice to the degree that your voice is now. Like it's just something that you have, and it definitely sets you apart. There's a lot of people who are a lot more airy when they do like ASMR type content. Um, they have
That
like a
really hurts your
flighty.
voice, actually.
It
Whispering,
does.
whispering really takes a huge toll on your vocal cords. I try not to do it too much because I don't want to damage them. For if I did ASMR full time, I guess I wouldn't mind. But I do want to save my throat juices, my my vocal
Oh
cord
no!
juice for like singing and stuff like that.
That's fair. I definitely think that a lot of the things that you that you have that are appealing to people um are things that you don't inherently try to do. Just because like you are charismatic, you are intelligent, you you provide good takes like 90% of the time. I don't think I've heard you make a bad take, but everybody has bad takes, so I'm sure it's happened at
Oh yeah,
some
I'm
point.
sure it's living inside of me. I'm waiting for it to come out so that people can like smack me and put me in my place. For sure it's there. It'll come out. Oh my bad take is that I didn't like Your Name the movie. That's right. That's my problematic
Okay, that's fine, whatever.
take.
um, when some people's bad takes are like women aren't people, I think you're probably okay.
Oh no. Okay, yes,
So,
when you put it like that.
Gomi says also king cover never. I guess that's a bad take,
Yeah, that's
supposedly.
it revokes my entire VTuber license actually. I'm no longer VTuber if I don't cover King, so
It's fine. You can be an illegal VTuber. That's
under the table VTuber.
that has some appeal, right?
Yeah, yeah, it feels kind
um,
of kind of exciting.
it's always important to put things in perspective, though. Like, oh, so and so doesn't like this anime. What a dummy. But like, then there are people out there that like have some real bad takes. Ooh boy. But yeah, I just think that like you conduct yourself in a way that um is incredibly well put together. You have charisma. You you have a level of comedy without sounding like you're forcing yourself.
Hmm.
Because there are a lot of people that like are funny, but like you know that they're trying very hard to be funny.
Hmm. Hmm.
And I don't get that from you.
Oh,
I
thank
think that
you.
what sets you apart as with the kind of content that you create and like the kind of environment that you try to make is that it all feels smooth and nonchalant. You do a very good job of hiding the effort that you put in. Um, which like it's not to say that I don't know that there isn't there's effort behind it because I know that you work very hard. Because I stream and I know how hard it is.
That's you know what? That's like that's a huge part of what makes me appreciate other content creators is like once you start doing the same thing, you know how much work everyone else puts in and it makes you respect everyone else. And have like kind of a not that you didn't respect them before, but it's just new renewed sense of like respect and awe at the kind of content people are putting out, you know?
hmm yes, Hamsta, like they're doing a routine or a bit. Like there's a like a level of like acting that's like visible in a lot of creators. Like I don't know if you've done like ASMR role plays, but
Oh, I don't know if I can, but
That's I think because you haven't really done that, you just do like kind of calm, quiet streams. Um,
Mhm.
I think that also sets you apart from a lot of other people who like are a little bit facetious about the ASMR content they make. Um, like POV, you're my shoes, stuff like that.
Oh man, I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna that's I'm thinking of doing more like serious and better ASMR VOD content, not like I think stream ASMR I don't trust in myself to be able to do role play live, but I want to be able to do some VOD content. And so I think my first idea that I have on the back burner after I get all my music projects out of the way is that I would like to do like a sheep counting kind of like role play ASMR video that's like longer and kind of um not quite like the usual kind of chatting that I have.
Mhm.
Um and so that's my first idea. And I know what my second idea is going to be. It's going to be POV, you're my shoes.
Dope. I'm glad that we can inspire each other sometimes. um I for I it's hard, it's just a hard question in general. Like I don't even know honestly, besides like my visual aesthetic, what would set me apart from other streamers who play games and do art, because while like my art is definitely practiced, I am definitely not the best artist in like VTuber sphere. There are some artists who are like professional, like hired by company artists, and while I've been selling art and that technically makes me a professional, um that doesn't mean that I'm the most talented artist. Um,
Hmm.
so it's a hard question, but I think it's important to reflect on yourself, and I like to prompt that sort of thing. So
Yeah, I think it's reflective. It's not something that I think about quite that often at or like I guess it's something I've thought about, but I've never actually been able to answer for myself. Because it's so hard, kind of like turning around and looking at yourself from the perspective of someone else.
mhm.
Um, I think the like very surface level and kind of like not nearly as detailed of an answer as you gave, which I really appreciate. Thank you. Thank you for gassing me up. But
That's what
my
it's
my
all
very
about.
throwaway answer was gonna be like I don't see a lot of hosts around, and so I know my theme is when you say like host feature, maybe a handful will come up. Like there's one in Nijisanji JP who I really like. I like Fuachi a lot. And then there's another person that I'm mutual with, and then that's really it. I don't see a lot of host VTubers around, and that was what I was gonna fall back on.
I mean, even theming is something to like feel like you set yourself apart, because like let's be real, you have a very normal VTuber. Like there's a lot of people out there that like their lore is they're like a time displaced god who
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. I'm
got in a
not
fight
a
with every reality Satan, and now they have to VTube for some
no.
reason.
That's I love that. I love that about the VTubing sphere is that everyone is like I'm a 1,000-year-old deity who has been banished from my realm and locked away into a fantasy jail where I was sleeping dormant for however many years, and now that I'm out and I've regained full power, I'm going to VTube.
It's just funny, and it really kills me because a lot of people do it where they like get in pissing contests about their lore and who's stronger and stuff. That stuff really gets me.
Yeah,
Oh no.
I definitely have a bit of like a appreciation for I kind of affectionately call us like normal ass VTubers. My friend Joshua, who is a um Cujo, who is a convenience store employee, and that's their VTuber concept. I love Joshua. I love
I've
Joshua from the
I've
bottom of
seen
my
their
heart.
content. I need to follow them because they seem like they're quite enjoyable to watch. I just haven't
It's so funny.
had a chance to really experience
And I think
what they have to
Joshua is
offer.
like the person whenever people are like, "Are there any normal human VTubers around?" I will the first reply I see is someone going like, "There's Joshua." Like he works at a grocery store, you know.
So good.
I love his
Very
concept. It's
powerful.
so good.
And that's I kind of fall on like closer to normal. As far as like things go, like I don't have like a super uber powerful VTuber concept. Just like I'm a floof. Floofs live in space and eat olives, and
There's almost a very nature documentary quality to your lore, and I that's the part that I really like. It's almost like we're looking into the lens of a fictional universe, and then we're learning about these creatures from an educational standpoint. That was the part that really stood out and really made me love like the universe of floofs.
I really like that. And a lot of that legitimately comes from like 4 a.m. Ruby rolls over and says, "Do you think floofs float in water?" and stuff like that. And we're just like, I don't fucking know. And we can talk about it for like
Well, we're
30
gonna find
minutes.
out.
Um, so now recently it's been decided that floofs have like a almost like a velvet or like a felty like moisture wicking surface. So they don't get wet very easily.
So they're hydrophobic. We can throw them in, and they kind of like those like sponges that you throw into a tub of water, but they kind of just like the water just rolls off the surface a little bit for a while before they start soaking up the water. That's kind of what I'm imagining.
And yes, they do in fact float in water, Mia.
Floofs or chamois?
Um, but yeah, I definitely get like I think nature documentary is a really good way to kind of approach like the way I might actually like try to present my lore that way
That would
when
be
it
really
comes.
cute. There's a maybe I'll share this with you later on after stream. For those of my friends in chat who are Canadians, you may remember um there's kind of a government funded PSA commercial that was aired on television, and it was presented in a nature documentary way, and it was talking about these fictional creatures called house hippos. And so it was like really well edited stock footage of hippos that
Somebody
are
said it before you did in chat.
oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, Sidrum. Exactly. That's what I'm referring to. It was a PSA for kind of like fact checking. I think it had an incredible message, and it was edited so well. Very very impactful PSA to have come out, and kind of came out at a very influential age for me to absorb it, and so it left an impression on a lot of us.
I'll have to
I'm
check
glad
that
that you guys
out.
remember. Yeah, you should definitely go check it out because I feel like if you were to make a video like that, it would be really, really interesting for the floofs.
That was actually for a while I was doing daily floof drawings, and every day I would have it accompanied by a fact.
Yeah, like a floof fact. I love that.
Um, like I think one of them is that floofs are UV light reactive. Um, just little stuff like that. And we've talked about like there's like a lot of deep lore now because we've just like super deep dived into how they work and um the world they live in. I'm really excited actually. Isa is going to be helping me eventually, but we're going to be making a visual novel um focusing on the floofs in the universe with the SS Olive and the cruises, like an actually like in
Oh.
lore visual novel. I'll be using like Jijinka humanoid designs of the characters so that people can um like vibe with them a little more,
Hmm.
because I really as funny as it would be, I really can't make like action scenes with two blobs. Um so and do floofs grow their own olives? They do. Floofs farm, but they also search the depths of space for olives because they're delicious.
And forage for wild olives.
Um, it's also just because I think it's funny. Our what are they called? Sub badges are very similar in nature. Yours being cocktail glasses with stuff.
But stuff. Yeah, that's right. I
Um,
um I had I had a bit of a I guess a little bit of a hard time thinking about what I should make my sub badges because my preference and my bias is for iterative sub badges that kind of like grow and change and kind of visually reward
Mm-hmm.
the viewer as you like resub for however long that you are.
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't really find a way that to represent that in the way that I liked with cocktails, and so it ended up just being different kinds of cocktails. I picked out different kinds of cocktails um, for each month increment that Twitch gave us, and it's kind of just like I've just made it so that it's something exciting to see when it changes, and then when people's badges do change, I'm like, oh, if you ever want to find out what kind of drink yours is, let me know because I there's very specific drinks attached to every single one of them.
That's very cute. Um, for mine, it's an olive and it's on a toothpick, and then the toothpick gets more and more ornate and
More
ridiculous.
fancy.
Yeah. Um, and I think we recently made one where it's a black olive. But yeah, I don't know, just silly stuff. Um, do you know what you would be doing if you weren't producing content? Like, what's your dream job?
Oh, it's really tough. Uh, I think that the thing about like me and my my philosophy about jobs is that I've always made it a point to not do something that I love as a full-time job. I went to school for
I get
graphic
that.
design because I'm very passionate about art and graphic design. And about especially I love especially ephemera design. I love ephemera design a lot. And I've always made it a point to not apply for GD or UX positions because I felt like given how much love I have for it, I'm really, really scared that I will ruin it for life if I did it as a full-time job and attach the stress and the struggles of making your passions also pay your bills. And
Yeah,
so I if I weren't doing content creation, I would probably still be working at my current full-time job. Um, and I would just be like before I started VTubing, I went on a little bit of a hiatus. And with the time that I had left over since I wasn't actively creating content, I focused a lot on drawing art for myself for self-satisfaction. I focused a lot on my work, but unfortunately not in a good way. I think I invested a lot of myself and bent over backwards for work a lot. Um,
mm,
and then on the other hand, I started getting into gotcha games. Haha.
oh no.
It completely I completely weaned myself from it ever since I started VTubing, not because I made an effort to, but just because I ran out of time. And I think it's something that I would end up doing if I had that excess time. It's just that I don't anymore. And so I think if I wasn't doing VTubing right now and I wasn't creating content, and my life would just revert back to how it was like a year or 2 years ago, which is just mostly focused on personal art. I don't think I can like take music or art out of my life at all. Even if I wasn't creating for an audience, I'd be creating for myself.
Yeah,
Um,
I definitely think that's the hardest part about this question is that like
mhm.
most people who are creating content are like intrinsically hardwired to be creating. They were already creating before they started streaming.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
because I did art growing up nonstop. And really only really how I did art has changed. So I definitely agree. I said so on the first stream, but if I were not, oh bless you,
Sorry, sorry.
you're good.
Excuse me.
Um, if I weren't doing content creation now, what I would want to be doing is working retail for like a comic book store or card shop or something, like where I can
Mm-hmm.
deep dive into my hobbies while still doing like normal work that doesn't require super specialty skills. Honestly, I would love to own a shop, but that's a lot
Oh,
of
that would
money.
be really nice. I think we all have kind of like a pipe dream career path, you know, like I'd like to like you'd like to
Hello.
own a comic book store. Um I've always thought about like owning a little cafe of some sort. You know, like these are very much like a pipe dream career that sounds fun, and I'm not sure if I would be able to manage it, but it sure is kind of entertaining and gives my brain the good chemicals if I just kind of like imagine it a little bit, you know.
Yeah, I feel you there. Oh goodness, Salpo gifting
Delpo.
subs. How sweet of you.
Um,
You hit the Kenster, Gao, Aquapunk, Digital Hazard, and Sunny. A lot of people there that actually come and hang out, so very cool. Have a good night, Salpo. Thank you. Always so sweet.
Sleep tight, Zalpo. Thank you for joining us today.
Zalpo, you rule. You're handsome, hot, and sexy.
You're almost as handsome, hot, and sexy as that person who sent in that marshmallow earlier.
Yeah, mysteriously, honestly.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You guys seem like you're almost just as sexy. Zalpo, you're a little bit still short though, because you didn't send in that marshmallow. Obviously, it wasn't you. So
Yeah, it's true.
but you know what? You're doing well. You guys are so close.
I adore Zalpo. Zalpo and I connected on a very real level when I dipped into one of Issa's streams and he was doing a Homestar Runner impression. And I was like, good God, someone knows the dark art.
The dark art.
I just feel really old whenever Homestar Runner comes out because so many people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, I don't know. It was an internet fever dream, man.
Hello.
Speaking of impressions, though, I did get a redeem from Hamsta to do my Hank impression. So,
All right.
Hello.
give me a second to get like in the vibe for the voice.
Bring out your inner Hank.
I'm sure, like if you've tried impressions before, like you pick like a particular phrase
Oh, for
like,
sure. Yeah.
to like get into the zone.
Myself and Aqua, we call it the tuning.
The tuning, yeah.
Yeah, you kind of gravitate towards a certain phrase or a noise that you make, and then it kind of gets you right into character.
Yeah, for me, the phrase is, God dang it, Bobby. Not only am I the most respected wedding planner in the land, I'm also a practitioner of the dark arts. Now you come over here so I can kick your ass. Oh. It's not great. I'm like really out of practice, but it's been a hot minute.
I love it.
I also watched a lot more Strong Bad than Homestar. Did you watch any Homestar Run? Are you familiar?
I know about it, but I didn't watch any of it.
It's so weird, you. What? I can actually do a pretty good Strong Bad impression too, but I don't think it would be relevant for you.
No, I would not know, but I feel like Paleka would.
It's something like, "Hey, Strong Bad, how do you type with those boxing gloves on?" Real good content. There's other impressions that I'm okay at, but they're always like very irrelevant. I can do some voices from the cartoon Venture Bros, but not a lot of people watched it.
Mm.
It's a very niche adult cartoon. So, have a good nap, Pia. We love you. Um, but yeah, it's been a good stream so far. We're having fun here. We have fun. Um, I believe this question was, yeah, this was sent in after we started.
Oh, okay.
The conversations during the stream can sometimes get heavy or emotionally engaging. How do you maintain that connection while also keeping the streamer slash kitten line from getting blurred?
Getting light. um, I think that part of it part of it is just like my trust in people that come and hang out with us,
Mm-hmm.
to understand where that boundary is, because um I I talk often about how I like the idea of having a host club and embodying the concept of a host, because it's what did they what did somebody used a very good phrase the other day when we were talking about the same topic. I believe they said that it feels like you're a familiar stranger, you know?
Interesting.
You go every few days, you go into a bar and you meet up with this bartender that you're very familiar with. You have a few drinks with them, you chat, you update each other on your lives,
Mm-hmm.
and you care for each other. You know, there is a kind of interpersonal relationship that is being formed here. They You don't leave, or rather they don't think of you as just another client. They'll follow up and say, hey, you talked about, job hunting the other day, how did that go? And so there
Mm-hmm.
is genuine concern from both ends, but you don't leave the bar and stay awake at night losing sleep over if you think the bartender is doing okay. And the bartender, I would assume, certainly doesn't do that for any of their clients either. And so it's this kind of mutually supportive, familiar stranger relationship that we form with each other, where there's no hard feelings in the fact that when you leave the host club or leave the stream, that I don't have this kind of personal connection and concern and like worry for you. But within the stream, when we're hanging out and you open up to me and you tell me about something that really hurt you, you tell me about the fact that you're going through a hard time, I'm not going
Mm-hmm.
to ignore that. I care about you and I care about your feelings, and I want to make you feel better, whether that be talking it out, or if you want to come in and you just want to forget about it, you want to hang out with us and watch whatever game I'm playing, or listen to some karaoke. Whatever works for you. I want to be there for you and do that for you. Um, and I thankfully haven't had anyone kind of reach beyond that boundary. And I have to say, I don't know if there's anything intentional that I'm doing to establish that boundary, but I think that whatever I'm doing, it's working, but I don't know what I'm doing.
I just think that like the atmosphere that you create sort of encourages that like safe space. Like I don't know, it just it feels like there's not any particular reason anyone would like want to break that line. You have because of like the environment that you create and like the what is it like the why is my brain forgetting that word? Um Jesus. Head empty, no thoughts.
No think, no sad.
True. Very true. Um it's like the God, I'm just gone. It's lost.
I'm gone.
The thought is lost to the aether. It's the like the good God, I'm gonna die.
No, no dying, please.
I can't even think of synonyms.
Shimamims.
Um it's like the dream for your stream. The I can't remember the synonym. Like the idea for like what sort of character you are, right? Like
Like the fantasy.
the fantasy, that's the word. Good God, thank you. Oh, it's an easy word too. It's not even a hard word.
Sometimes it just happens. We just have like brain blocks every now and then.
Um, I get it a lot more now than I did originally. I'm gonna dip into some trauma right now. I was actually a very incredibly quick-witted and like astute person. And then I was diagnosed with my epilepsy, and I had to start taking medication. And
Oh,
let me tell you, medication for anything mentally, depression, epilepsy, whatever, anything that like directly is gonna have an impact on your brain, it's basically permanent. Like,
mm-hmm.
they're literally altering the chemistry in your brain, even if you've stopped taking the medication. And um, for me, after taking epilepsy medication, even though I'm no longer medicated because the side effects of the medication are too extreme for me, um, I have a hard time. Sometimes I'll just lose my words; they'll disappear.
Yeah.
And it also had an impact on my art. Prior to being medicated, I could very vividly imagine pictures. Um, and after becoming medicated, I have aphantasia. I can't like mentally imagine something.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I have to like heavily reference to get art done, which like there's nothing wrong with referencing,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but when like I have vivid memory of being able to just like invent a
Yeah.
picture.
I think it's the fact that there's a comparison for you to be able to make.
Mm-hmm.
That's the toughest part. That's the difficult part is then you know that things were different before.
And at this point, I've gotten so used to referencing and stuff that it doesn't impact me as bad, but like it felt like I had to learn to draw all over again. And it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't until recently that I even realized there was a difference. And I'm like, wait, I really could like imagine that stuff before. Why can't I anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's so much second nature that I didn't even realize it. Um, that's why I say it's incredibly important to reflect and really think about who you are and where you're going and whatever growth you have. Um, you'll learn a lot about yourself if you really like look at the mirror and I don't want to say take yourself apart, but like think about what you've done.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That sounds way more negative. Like think about what you did.
Think of
You know who
reflect on
you
your
are.
sins. I've I don't do it nearly as often nowadays. I think it's just sometimes it's out of a lack of time, but the other part of it is just comfort as well. But one of the most fruitful things that I was doing when I first started streaming was watching back on my own VODs, and sort of like critically with a very critical eye, um, looking to see like how do I conduct myself and what are things that I'm prone to doing that I don't really want to do anymore, or what are things that I'm doing that I do like, and then most
Mm-hmm.
importantly of all, if if I'm able to entertain myself. That's kind of like my big takeaway is if I watch back on a VOD and I'm like, oh, there's a bit here where I feel like there's kind of a dip in energy or flow, then I'll go and take a look and be like, what happened here? What did I do? And if I watch a VOD and it was like entertaining from the first second to the last, and I'm like, okay, great, we did a good job here.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to keep doing that. And so I should kind of analyze this VOD in particular and see where things went well and what was so entertaining and what made me feel like this was entertaining from beginning to from start to finish, you know?
That's fair. I I definitely agree with that. There's been a lot of times that I have gone back on something and learned a lot, or someone has pointed out something to me that I didn't realize prior because I didn't take the time to like look back and reflect on how I did content. Like when I was podcasting, my editor, who was also another one of the hosts for the podcast, when we first had started and did our first couple episodes, he sent me a supercut because he had been editing them down of every single time that I said all I know is and And let me tell you, that video was like 6 minutes long. And
Oh,
six minutes of ums and uhs from like an hour-long podcast. That's a lot. Very repetitive. And so I'm like, maybe I should think about how I like fill space when I'm talking.
Mm-hmm.
And I still do ums and uhs because that's just natural. It comes out. But a lot of times I find that talking a little slower and sometimes even drawing out like certain sounds gives you a little bit more time to think while sounding deliberate and intelligent. Um, when really I'm like just bouncing one brain cell around, trying desperately to figure something out.
Yeah, I feel that a lot. I also use one of my close friends from before used to call it like filler sounds because they're not
Mm.
even words, you know, they're filler sounds. Um, and he used to tell me that one of his like life philosophies that he learned in university from a professor that he really admired was that like we don't need these kinds of filler sounds, and that like silence is actually okay and it's not indicative of nothing happening. There's nothing to fear about silence. We just have to get used to it. And I thought it was really inspiring, but I don't think I've learned that lesson. I don't think I really like made an effort and like really made that change in my life. And so you'll still hear me and ah a lot.
It's so Ruby and I both worked for a place a while back, long while back, called Caption Call, right? And Caption Call is interesting in the fact that it is like a government sanctioned business. It receives all of its funding from the government to provide special telephones to people who are hard of hearing.
Hmm.
And then everybody who works there sits at a computer and is a middleman for a phone call conversation.
Hmm.
And so we hear both people talking, and just the person who you're captioning for is more like clear, I guess. It's just kind of obvious which one it is. I can't describe it any other way.
Hmm.
Um but basically we would have to repeat what they say verbatim, and because there are lots of, everybody does it, it's literally just a human thing, there are lots of sounds that humans make that aren't words.
Hmm.
um but like, for example, what you just did, is not a word.
Yeah, it really isn't.
We called them disfluencies, and to get the computer to understand, because we have to, they don't want us typing it because they want the system to learn,
Hmm.
because it's like a AI program. We have to repeat what they say verbatim um, while still listening to the conversation. It's like not a transferable skill at all, which is why I got out of that job after about a year, because it's just like I'm not learning anything that any other job will ever care about. Um, but it's just an interesting segue because we had to get the computer to understand those disfluencies, like mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so there were some problems with it, like when you would try to say huh, the computer would understand it as fuck,
Oh,
which is not good.
I don't. Hmm.
And so we had to reprogram it with like weird sounds that people don't make so it won't be confused. So, for example, huh, we had to say hup, H-U-P. Um, and is udge, so you would say udge hup.
A jump.
Um,
Oh, I
and
kind of love that.
you would also have to say the punctuation and stuff. And so it was just very bizarre when like a call would start and you'd be like, hello, comma, how are you? Question mark. A chup, a chup,
A jump.
a chup, a chup. Yeah, I know. A chup, period, ellipsis, etc., etc. Very weird. While I'm on the tangent though, you had to say everything they say verbatim no matter how terrible it is.
Oh, okay.
And I cannot count the number of times that I ended up, because I worked kind of late into the evening for the East Coast.
Hmm.
that I would get old people on sex calls.
Oh no. Oh no.
And boy, like good on them for like still getting it, I guess. But um, just like standing up in my cubicle and like looking over at my friend and being like, "Oh yeah, those are my boobies." Yeah. And they were
Hmm.
always like really bad showings too. It was always very embarrassing. It was never sexy.
Oh, of course. I understand.
Uh, the worst one is someone did a countdown to finish, and
Oh
that
no.
really just took the wind out of my sails. I came home depressed.
My God.
After that, I felt like maybe I can never have sex again. Like,
Never, never in my life. This has ruined my
ugh,
sex drive
it
for
was
life,
terrible,
actually.
very terrible. But it was a really fun job overall. I had like a really like weird 1 in a million chance. I got like a phone call that related to me, which was very weird.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Um, and that kind of sent me on a little bit of a spiral because I totally was not. I thought I was over something and I wasn't. But I'm not going to get into that because it requires like a 30-minute story about a bus ride, and it's a mess. I would love to regale you off stream, but I feel like I'd mess up and use real people's names, and I don't want to.
Oh, that's something that I kind of like. Sometimes when I stream, you'll find there's like moments where I just like pause and I kind of like look into the distance. A lot of the time, it's me going over whatever I'm about to say to make sure I don't like accidentally dox myself or someone
Mm-hmm.
else, or say something that's just like way too personal. So it's like goes back to that content creator and their consideration for their viewers conversation we had a little bit earlier, where it's just like, is this suitable? Do I want my viewers to know about this? Is this going to impact them in a way that
Mm-hmm.
is more negative than positive? A lot of the time I use myself in my stories as like a way to for relatability. I think that's the most valuable way for me to use my experiences to make someone else feel less alone, or to like as a cautionary tale. I've made mistakes before and I don't want other people to make the same mistakes.
That's where this
But
falls. It's not. It's definitely not a relatable situation. It's very much a
yeah,
cautionary tale.
it's one of those things where like I think about it and I gotta like run it all in my through my head. Be like, is this worth telling? Is this an experience that I think people will benefit from, or should I just kind of keep my mouth shut? And so sometimes I'll be in the middle of stream and I'll just kind of like mouth open, eyes distant. And that's because I'm trying to figure out if this is trying to make a decision on the fly to see if this is suitable content for whoever is there.
I get
Or
you.
yeah, that's right. Godly's right. Or sometimes that happens because Melon walks in front of my tracking camera.
Oh man. Um. So I won't like get really into it, but basically here's the long and short of it. Maybe make sure like everyone is as committed and you understand what you're getting yourself into if you're gonna take a 9 hour bus ride to go see someone and be stuck there for a week.
Oh, 9 hours. Jeez.
I will dip into it, but this is a very crazy ex girlfriend story. But I'll talk to you about it
Mhm.
later because whoo, it's very funny now. Um, it starts and ends very concisely with some very ridiculous stuff. Um, I'm just not gonna get into it because it's a lot. um, yes, Ruby Melon is now very around. I thought about attaching the melon like to be like pop up and down when you talk as well, but I felt like it would be better if it was just a separate asset. What I haven't done is I haven't shown everybody your pocket cheat.
Oh shit. Yeah, please do.
There, now you is in the air so you can see you has easy access Cheetos.
Yes. Of dusty ass chest pockets full of hot Cheetos.
You know what's up?
Hosts can fly, confirmed.
Well, well, in this form, Yu has telekinesis, so because floofs have telekinesis, so
You want to roll me down a hill?
that is a pretty accurate response to floofs. I bet I could roll that thing. Look at how perfect and round. Um, I don't know how it's gonna be kind of dicey, I think. But I actually really want to in February get together like a couple more VTubers and have everybody together on a show and talk about like romance and dating and stuff as like a
Mhm.
Valentine's thing. But
That would be a
it's a,
really interesting. I forgot about Valentine's. That would be a really interesting topic for Valentine's.
I think so too. It's just everybody has to be cautious about like anecdotal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably where I'll tell my bus story on stream. Because I think everybody deserves to hear it because it's very funny. In that I was miserable and it's probably the worst week of my life. But in like a very funny way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, it very it comes around full circle in a really interesting way. But I just think it'd be interesting because a lot of people wonder about that sort of thing. Like it's a part of a lot of, especially because I mentioned it earlier. Like there's like a negative stigma to VTubers being in relationships in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I think that like a lot of people don't really get to talk about like their past relationships and stuff in a way that's like meaningful at all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um I just think that as long as I get the right people, I don't think it'll be a problem.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think that
Um
like if you get the like people who kind of know um where the invisible playpen is and where they should and shouldn't tread, I think that's good.
I because especially I think that it's something that people actually don't really talk about that much. Like people talk about like, oh, they dated and so and so cheated or whatever, but like people don't really talk about like what dating really entails.
Mm-hmm.
And what
Mm-hmm.
like forming like a romantic or in-depth relationship with somebody like really is. um I've
Yeah.
been married for 4 years and with Ruby for 10 years. I think I have a lot to say.
Mm-hmm.
um Mind you, all of my dating experience prior to that was with people who were insane, but um that's also fun in its own right, for at least for storytelling.
Mm-hmm. And I also think that like relationships and like romantic relationships in particular is kind of um something that we kind of like we see often, right, on social media as well.
Hmm.
And I think that there for my big golden rule about like romance and relationships is that like there's no catch-all advice. Well, there's very broad stroked advice like don't be a bad person, but that's like incredibly broad stroked. But like there's no catch-all advice that you can give to everyone because a lot of things are so context dependent. And so
Hmm.
being able to hear like stories about other people and their experiences, I feel like expands your own horizon as well. um you may not be able to still use that to to your own advantage or kind of like absorb it as part of your own experience, but like just knowing what kind of people are out there, knowing what kind of different types of relationships are out there, that actually really was quite important for me because I don't really feel like I find happiness in like the very traditional and standard forms of relationships. And so I think like knowing what is out there is going to help some people, especially like some younger people who may not have had their fair share of relationships. And like in particular, I think one of the most um, important things that I used to encounter in my youth is I used to encounter a lot of people who were very, very subscribe to the idea that a romantic relationship is the be all end all of the success of your success as a person.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not you're in a relationship very much defines if you're worthy of happiness or not. And so there's various like these kinds of small things, these kinds of concepts, these kinds of like social stigma and social pressure that would be really interesting to get into, especially in wake of a very incredibly marketed romantic holiday.
Very true. I agree with you. There's like a lot of different types of relationships you can find as well. That aren't really broadcast. Like the vision of what like a husband wife or boyfriend girlfriend experiences is like very heavily leaned towards this old idea that like um the significant other is like, rather than someone who empowers you or makes your life better, is like a shackle
Hmm.
holding you back towards having fun and doing things that are important. um
Hmm. Hmm.
and it's I from being married for 4 years, it's it's actually entirely possible to not hate your wife, guys.
Yeah.
Did you know?
What?
And I don't even have to beat her either. Like, oh my god.
What?
People just have this horrible idea that like, obviously because you've decided to form some kind of union, that you've given away some kind of freedom.
Yeah. Oh, so
um
silly.
and like, I'll be um straightforward in the fact that like there are very different kinds of love as
For
well.
sure. Yeah.
And like,
The.
I would go as far to say that I am polyamorous in the sense that like I have love for a lot of people, but
Hmm.
it's not all romantic love. Like,
Hmm.
just because I can look at you and say, hey, I love you, you're a good person, I appreciate you, doesn't mean that I'm saying it with the purpose of bringing you to my bedroom and doing terrible things to you.
Yeah, yeah. I feel actually I feel that really really strongly. I saw a um I saw someone make kind of a PSA the other day that was like hey viewers, you know, if the streamer that if your favorite streamer ever says they love you, they don't mean it. They love the idea of your support and your and their growth and you contributing to their numbers, but they don't mean it. And I was like kind of personally offended about it for a couple days because I was like, "Hey, I I do love my Kim Tums. That's not very nice of you to say." You know, when people come in and um they tell me about like a something that happened recently and they're proud of themselves and they want me to celebrate with them. It's their or you know or sometimes it's very simple. Sometimes it's their
Hmm.
birthday and they come in, they almost like break the doors down and they're like, "Yukun, it's my birthday today." Or sometimes I get people coming in and going like, "You know, I had a really hard semester and I'm so glad to see that you're live right now because I really could use some of your company." I feel love in my heart for them because and that's not romantic love. That's not like I don't want to pull them in for a passionate makeout session a la Hollywood movies. Um but I love these people that I formed a connection with, and there's no yeah, there's no other way I can describe it. This kind of love
Hmm.
doesn't, it's not any cheaper because I can't meet them or see them in person, or because we're not part of a marriage union of marriage. But like you know, it's there.
Hey, hang on a second. Back it up, back it up.
Hold on, what did what did you say?
um I think that it's just important. I don't know, like, um for me personally, and I know it's not the same for everyone, there's so much room in my heart for people that there's no sense in not expressing it.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um it doesn't hurt anyone to show love and affection. For some people it might be the only love and affection they get. And
Yeah.
if telling someone, "Hey, I care about you," is the difference between them making a decision they'll regret for forever, then of course I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah.
doesn't make sense to hold that back.
Yeah.
Um,
Exactly. I
and
think Hamza
also,
makes a good point too. Is that like
Mhm.
There's the distinction between like loving something and being like in love with something as well, or someone.
Mhm.
There's appreciation beyond the surface level that can extend into the realm of love that I don't think we should erase or not
Mhm.
recognize.
Absolutely. Um, I legitimately can say, like, for all of my streaming friends, Issa, Blue, Pia, Gomi, you, I do love you guys. I have love for you.
Hmm.
You're important people in my life, even if like I can't reach out and touch you. That doesn't mean that when things are going bad, I don't worry, or because you've had an impact on my life. Um,
Yeah.
and that's the same for people who come in to chat too. People come in and say things and contribute, and it doesn't fall on deaf ears. Like, you are here to contribute to my experience, and for that I have love for you.
Hmm.
That's that. I don't know, but I just don't feel like there's any reason not to be genuine with people. So
Yeah, exactly.
um
There's so much more to be gained in all kinds of experiences, whether it be like as a content creator or just in regular day-to-day life, to just be a genuine truthful person. I think you'll find that there's very little to be afraid of or ashamed of if you sort of like wear your heart on your sleeve. um it's
considering for even some of like the weirdest things out there, and I say weird not in like a shameful kind of way. There are communities for that. If you come out and say like, I just I just really like feet, guess what? There are communities for feet.
mhm.
You can go love feet, be you, whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
There's a
like,
there's a lot of like
don't be illegal.
self-imposed shame, and that pushes people to do things that are ill-advised. But being honest with yourself and being honest with others, I think, it clears your conscience. I think that I didn't. This phrasing was kind of like someone else said it to me earlier today when I was conversing with them on Twitter. But they're like, it gives me a clear conscience when I act on my thoughts genuinely, and I'm honest
Yes.
with myself and with other people. And I'm like, oh, that's so well put. That's the exact feeling.
Um, I will derail just a little bit. When you said that they almost kick your door down to come tell you that it's like their birthday or whatever,
Yeah.
I immediately thought of your post about commissions.
Commissions. Which
This
one?
was a long
Uh,
time ago where you're like reaching out to a new artist versus a friend.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The one that yeah, that one kind of like spiraled out of control a little bit.
Yeah, that post was just pure comedy. Break down
It's
your door with money into my mouth.
yeah, it's so funny because I'm like good friends with both of those artists now, and so I realized that post was blown up, and I'm like, oh, go look at their art. Actually, they're both really good artists.
I knew
But
that
I
that
just
post blew up when people completely unrelated to my streaming, who were just like in my free company for Final Fantasy, posted it in their memes
yeah,
chat, and I'm
yeah,
like,
like hey, I know that person. It's just funny. It's just also like the context in which like OG and I talk are so we banter very freely. So
I need to bug OG again because I asked if it was all right if I DM'd them because I wanted to invite them onto the show. They said yes, but I don't have them on
oh
Discord, and I can't DM them on Twitter on Twitter.
yeah.
So I need to like go bug them on stream and be like, "Hey, how am I supposed to contact you?"
Yeah, yeah, you can also whisper them on Twitch. People forget that the whisper function exists, but
I sure as hell do.
yeah.
um,
It's quite helpful when I need to reach out to someone who is their DMs closed for good reason. Sometimes you get weird DMs and
yeah,
I get why people
absolutely,
want to close it. Yeah.
absolutely. Um, but I that's someone else that I really would very much enjoy having on the show, as well as Daifuku, because they're both very interesting content creators that have like
Yeah, yeah, it'd be fun
very
to have
unique
all these people on.
perspectives. So
I think it was it's funny because I was the context of me like um what was I gonna say? Oh, the context of me sending that message to OG2 wasn't it was because they were um I wanted to add something extra to my commission, and I was like, I'm gonna pay you for this extra thing that I'm asking for, obviously, because it's kind of outside of your brief. And they were like, no, you won't. And I was like, I kick the door down and I am on all fours. There is money in my mouth and I growl at you.
It's so good. Uh, very, very powerful shitpost energy. Um, wow. That's something that I don't want to say I envy. Um, because I definitely like I have a brand that I feel is good, but oftentimes I feel that I'm not a very clippable streamer.
Mm-hmm.
Um, just because like I say things that are very funny in context for like conversations that are like hours long. So it's like, oh, if I clip this an hour later because it was funny, it was only funny because you were here for the whole stream. Like,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and I think it just has to do with like the kind of content that I produce. So, um, I don't know, but I definitely a lot of times see like very good clips made of you saying something absolutely ridiculous or being walked into a joke or something. That happens to a lot of streamers too. I don't know. It's just wild. Um, but I mean, that's part of why I like having people on to talk about this because there's a very different perspectives, and even if we're like-minded in to create content, and we generally want to be good people, that doesn't mean that our opinions on things are always going to be the same. Um, and it's just very interesting to kind of hear beyond the curtain for what your experience as a content creator is, you know?
Yeah. I think that it's a valuable experience to kind of like even though we just talked about the fact that it's like a little bit more humanizing of an experience being a VTuber
Mm-hmm.
in this community, it does still kind of help like being reminded every now and then that we're like we have lives outside of what we've presented as content creators.
Mm-hmm.
Things extend way beyond what we voluntarily present as well.
Absolutely. Um, let's see here. Do we have any other? No more anonymous questions. We've covered those. A couple other things I'm curious about. Do you have any kind of goal that you're currently like, actively working towards? I know a lot of VTubers and content creators will set like incredibly lofty goals that you could more call dreams than anything. Um,
Hmm.
so I like to, and I know you also do because Issa mentioned you saying something very similar. But I champion for achievable goals, small goals,
Hmm.
things like I'm at like 400 something right now. I want to get to like 500 in like 3 months. Like that's
Hmm.
achievable. That's something that I could do with effort by putting myself out there, not like I want to be at 1 million Twitch followers and I want to get a payout every month for $600. Like that's way out of my control, right? Do you have
Hmm.
any like achievable goals that you're currently working towards?
My achievable goals would all be music related. I have a lot of ongoing music projects. And I'm a bit ashamed to say that I fell behind on them in December. I had a bit of a went into a little bit of like a productivity rut in December. I'm back on it now though, thankfully. So I'm chipping away at my to-do list of music projects. Most of them are just music projects. There's one song that I that means a ton to me,
Mm-hmm.
and it is in the works and I'm really excited about that. There's another one that's a complete original, which I'm really excited about as well. Those two are my priorities in terms of um what I want to get out within this year, and they're very achievable. I have no doubt that they're going to come out within this year. I just want to be able to do a good job on them. Um and there's kind of like short-term things that I've planned as well. One of my I like to sort of have a roadmap for how I think the year is going to go.
Mm-hmm.
um and it's sometimes things get like thrown in and I kind of have to like go into crunch time, And right now I have to work on, I want to work on merch. Merch is going to be pushed back a little bit because I've been approached by another party about a collaboration between February to April that'll involve merch as well. And so that
Oh,
might put my
fun.
own merch um, on the back burner for a little bit because my own personal produced merch is on my own timeline. And that gives me some time to push out another piece of merch that was going to take until April to produce. But anyway, those are the specifics. Um, so there's merch that's on my roadmap for 2022. There is event streams. Obviously, I've been touching on the topic every now and then, but I do have a alt model that is coming out soonish,
That's exciting.
and I'm so excited about it. And I kind of have this uh kind of how do I say it? This intention, I guess. This intention
Hmm.
of being able to use both of my models interchangeably, depending on the situation. And so I'm really excited to just add to that repertoire. Um, and so the alt model is going to be an event stream all on its own. It's
Awesome.
and I really, really want it. This one is really up in the air and really depends on whether or not I can pull it off and plan it well enough. I really want to do like a summer themed charity stream.
Okay.
That's one of my big VTuber goals is do a charity stream for a charity that I have researched and support. Um, and right now I'm leaning towards um animal protection or kind of like environmental like help and rejuvenation kind of charity because those are the things that I feel really passionate about.
Okay.
Um, and so those might be the areas that I'll lean into, and I kind of want to make it fun for people by making it kind of like a fun summer themed thing, you know,
Yeah.
like a little beach party or a little like resort party themed stream. And I was really inspired by one of my mutuals, Snee, who is a musician. She raised $1,000 for 1,000 euros for, or maybe it was more than that. I just remember it was like four digits of money for a local shelter in her area that was for special need cats. So for cats who needed more than the average care, they
Okay.
may have like physical disabilities or they may have like other kinds of disabilities that make them harder to take care of. And so she raised like a lot of money for them, and because they were local she was able to like speak with them on the phone, and really like make it a special experience for both herself and her viewers. So I was like super inspired by that.
That's awesome. Um, I will say you mentioned that things are kind of like behind schedule. Um, Outside of like actual events for yourself, remember that they're only behind schedule because you scheduled them.
Yeah.
And some people don't take advantage of that to push things back, but don't feel bad. You you
Thank
should
you.
definitely struggle to keep your deadlines um when you can, but it's important to keep in mind that like sometimes you're only applying stress to yourself when like your life can't accommodate the schedules that you set out for yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. That's a good reminder. I was there was like a thing that I was telling myself in about the beginning of January. I was like realistically, who out there is looking at their watch and tapping on it and going like, it's been a hot minute since you've put out a music video. Where's my promised content, you know?
Yeah.
I know that I'm doing it to myself because I set deadlines for myself and I set average times when I want to release content. Um, but there's probably very few. I can't say that there's none, but there's probably very few people who are out there like tapping their feet, like, when am I gonna get another music video? You know?
I mean, I look forward to it when you do stuff. I've been listening to your covers recently.
Oh, thank you.
But that doesn't mean that I'm like, oh, I can't. You gotta just put out another one, or I'm gonna riot. Like,
Yeah.
and I think it's important to remember for every content creator that like life gets in the way sometimes. You just have to understand. And as long as you're not hurting another content creator by like taking the breaks that you need, um, you're probably fine.
hmm
Like I felt bad about having to push Bean's interview back, but like I was gonna come in here and literally be like, "Hey everyone," and like it would be miserable and terrible. Um, so it's important to not feel bad when like you do have to take those moments to continue. Like obviously there are times when like the time frame matters, like with merch, getting things in line with like printing and shipping and stuff like that. Those are deadlines that you can't really stretch.
Hmm.
Whereas like, oh, are you putting out a YouTube video when you need to? Maybe not, but like don't look at yourself in the mirror with disgust because of it.
Yeah, I that's a good reminder for all of us, I think, because we all kind of hold ourselves to invisible standards that like nobody else holds us to, but we like kind of sometimes feel like
Mhm.
everyone thinks so. I missed this question from earlier, but Sunny said, "How many years do you have in your roadmap?" I just have this upcoming year, and there's no like concrete end in sight, nor is there like kind of a um like a desire for me to go for a certain amount of time. It's just whenever I feel that I have like reached the end of my inspiration as a VTuber, I guess. It's an avenue of content creation, and I don't doubt that at a certain point things may get stale for me in
Hmm.
particular. And I may not be able to create content in this way anymore because of like any kind of reasons. Things anything could happen in the future. Um, but I don't have a very concrete like timeline for how long I want to be creating content. It's just going to be for like as long as I can and as long as I feel inspired to. And in terms of what a roadmap I have for myself in my mind, it's just for the year. I don't want to plan anything too far ahead.
That makes sense. In the vein of merch, is there any like ideas that you wanted to like talk about at all? I know I have some silly merch ideas that I don't know what avenue I can go about getting them created just yet, but um I do have some ideas on the horizon that are quite good.
I have acrylics and I wanted to do just thematically. I thought that a set of coasters would be really fun, and so the coasters are being worked on by myself, and those were going to be the last thing that I wanted to get designed and printed, pre-printed, because the
Hmm.
coasters don't cost nearly as much to print. I wanted to get it pre-printed to start my own end of the merch drop. But I've been approached by something right now that I need to prepare and get ready for before Valentine's, and so there's a little bit
Hmm.
of crunch time here, and that's exterior. That's the production of the merch for this thing that I'm being approached for is not handled by myself at all. I just need to make sure I prepare art. Um,
Gotcha.
and so that's kind of why my own personal merch drop is being pushed back a little bit. In terms of other merch ideas, I made a joke during my birthday stream that I'm gonna
Hmm.
make like ass mouse pads, and those are in the works. The artist that I picked is someone that I really liked, and I've been enjoying their material for a long time, and they accepted my commission, and I'm waitlisted for April, and so if things kind
So
of work out. Mhm.
that's actually something I'm curious about. After stream, do you know where you're going to get those made, like printed?
I have two vendors that I need to test out first, which is probably where a lot of the time is going to take as well. Is I want to see quality of production, and yeah, I definitely want samples printed.
Okay, well, once you find out what works really well for you, which one, I would very much like to know what vendor you go with because I absolutely want to make like a ass or booby mouse pad that's like Floof and Boog sitting next to each other or Floof laying over
Yeah, for
on his
sure. I'll let
side.
you know because if I test out a couple vendors, I have two shortlisted right now. I can tell you which one works better, to which one has like a better um like output as well. So for sure, I can let you
Awesome.
know. But it might have to wait until after I test things out too.
Yeah, of course.
Godly, yeah, I have they will both be they're both in production. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about the other side yet. I do have a front and a back,
I'm
and they will
I'm
both be in.
concerned about what the front is gonna be.
Oh, it's gonna be good. That's what it's gonna be. Yeah, I do. There is a front and a back side being worked on, so don't worry, Godly. There'll be representation um for both ass lovers and grundle lovers. So
Okay, see,
watch
that's where I
out.
thought you were going with it too.
Watch
That
out,
that
grundle
scares
lovers. I'm
me.
coming for you.
That
I showed some spicy like self-made mock-ups
mhm.
on my birthday stream, and they got a. I mostly showed it because I thought it'd be a really funny clip, and it was a funny clip. But now they're becoming reality, and I think that it'd be really funny to make them available a year from the time that I announce and promise them.
I mean, it's a good idea. I've had a lot of like interesting thoughts for various merch. Something I want to do still that I just haven't gotten quite into is I want to get into making candles.
Oh, I love that.
And then I want to, once I figure it out, start partnering with other VTubers to make like scents for them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would be really lovely. I've always been really into the like homemade candles kind of process. I've never tried, but it looks like it'd be really fun, and it looks like I would be like it'd be kind of like therapeutic almost to, you know, make them at home.
I think it would be really nice. And to that end, I also think that like making like molded candles would be fun too, because floof is such a simple shape. And I could
Yeah, that would
send
be really
people
cute.
meltable floofs,
Yeah.
which is
I
kind of
have
sad, but
it's going to be a little bit like even further. This would be like if I were to plant it on my roadmap, this would be like 2023 and
mhm.
onwards category. But I did unexpectedly and not within my plans get my little slime model, my little slimy my Jello cat mat model.
Mhm.
And that's kind of really tickled a lot of people's fancy.
It's very
And
cute.
I will have to ask Mango about it. And Mango's worked on her fair share of merchandise. And so I think that Mango will probably be okay with it, but I still want to talk it through with her and make sure she's involved every step of the way and also get a cut of the earnings as well. But I think
Mhm.
like a Jello Cat plushie would be really cute. Oh no, a Jello Cat stress ball? That's perfect too. You can punch it.
That's a good idea too. I've had people suggest making like floof like beauty blenders for makeup
Oh, that's so funny.
because the
That's
shape is pretty
hilarious.
similar. Erasers would be good too. Plushes are a great idea. They just like are a lot of work.
Yes, they are.
Good night, Ruby. I'll crawl in bed eventually.
I have a friend who very recently tackled her own plushie making.
Hmm.
Um by her own, I mean she's still like outsourced to a vendor, but she designed it
Hmm.
and planned out the entire thing. And like COVID kind of goofed her plans a little bit because the shipping fee went up by like a few $100s that she wasn't budgeting for.
Good lord.
And it really wasn't something that she initially wasn't looking to make a huge profit or turn a huge profit from it. But then it kind of turned into something that wasn't quite a deficit, but at best it might have broken even.
Hmm.
Um, but it was like I ordered one and I use it regularly actually. It's a very comfortable napping pillow, and also it's kind of like comfortable to have in my lap every time I work from home. But it's I might pick her brain for some advice as well.
It's a good idea. I definitely think that it's ill used in the VTubing community, but generally if you want to do something, there's already someone out there that's done it, and they can probably give you advice if you're just not afraid to reach out.
And if you know what, if they don't want to divulge their secrets, that's fine as well. But I feel like most of the time people are quite happy to help you if you just if you're um if you're polite and approach them like a normal person. I keep my
It's true.
DMs on for just because I don't want to make it seem like I'm unavailable. Because I'm not going to be adding a lot of people on Discord. I'm very sensitive about Discord, and so I keep my Twitter DMs on if people have any questions for me. They need to ask me like anything at all. And I get my fair share of DMs that I don't think I'm going to respond to. But also, like most people who reach out are, you know, very polite. They're
Mm-hmm.
very well spoken, very polite, and very organized thoughts. And a lot of the times, they, you know, they just wanna let you know something. Sometimes there's not even a question, and
Mm-hmm.
I always appreciate those. I think that as long as you approach someone um, kindly, respectfully, and genuinely, again, we're kind of looping back to the whole genuity thing. But if you approach something or someone genuinely, then they're gonna respond in kind, hopefully.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. I try very hard to make sure that at least when I approach someone for a reason, that I indicate that reason. I don't just send like a hey and then wait.
Yeah. Yeah, are not specific enough for me to respond to, unfortunately.
Um,
Open-ended conversation starters only really work if they're like if it's someone that you talk to on a daily basis.
mhm,
Um, and I think that this is kind of a struggle that the community goes through as well. That I see being publicly expressed quite often. It's that people often talk about the fact that they don't know how to make friends.
mhm,
Um, and this depends. This definitely depends on the person because everyone has different boundaries, different kinds of philosophies. But my personal philosophy is that like making friends isn't quite something that is so formulaic as you would like to think. It's not
mhm.
like say hi, get to know each other's names, become close, collab, you know. Becoming friends kind of comes quite naturally, and there is a very um harsh but like unhelpable boundary and or barrier of like whether or not you two vibe or you and the other person vibe or not.
Yeah, and I
Um,
definitely think how I've made each of my friends is vastly different from each other too. It's not like I applied the same formula to every situation.
It's a
Um,
social interaction is an ever changing. It's a tool. It's not really a formula that you apply to every person. It's a way to approach situations, and sometimes you don't approach a situation with the intent of gaining a friend, but you walk out with a new friend. And sometimes
mhm.
you approach a situation where you fully intend on becoming closer to the other person, and you don't, and that's just the reality of things. And if you don't if you really want to become this person's friend and it doesn't work out, like don't take it personally. Sometimes it's just vibes.
Yeah, and I mean, I've heard a lot of people talk about it before, but like reading vibes is very important when it comes to making friends and in streaming in general. Like sometimes you know when someone comes into your stream that the vibe's just not right,
Mhm.
and sometimes you just have to nip that in the bud.
Yeah.
Um, I know someone on I had Mikan Mage on my stream a while back, and he was mentioning that he really looked up to Twee because Twee, uh, just if somebody doesn't pass the vibe check, they ban them. They don't even have a second thought about it because
Mhm.
it's not
Mhm.
worth the
Tweet's very
stress.
fun.
Yes, Twee's
I'm
great.
really sad that Twee's stream times are always during like my late night, and so I don't really get to catch Twee's streams all that often live. But when I do, it's always a treat.
Oh, I enjoy them. They are a very just interesting person in general. Very good vibes.
Mhm.
Um,
I think that
it's
there's kind of a level of transparency and honesty that you have to be committed to take on when you first of all like when you become a content creator online where like some forms of communication are not available to you like body
mhm,
language and sometimes when you communicate in text like tone of voice are not available to you, and so there's a level of transparency that you need to be willing to have when you have
mhm,
interactions with people, and this extends to people who are not confident in their ability to read social cues as well. Part of the thing that I really want to, the part of the thing that like I want to foster in my stream environment is not penalizing someone for asking questions.
Yes.
If someone is like, I'm not sure if I understand the tone of this situation, or like, I'm not sure if I know what you mean. Would you explain it again? Or like, I don't want people to be like. That's why I keep my DMs open too. I don't want people to like think themselves into a hole and be like, I must have done something in chat that made Yukun hate me and I should never come back again. I want them to be able to like reach out to me, be like, I'm not sure if I read the social cues of this situation. Was that approving or is that disapproving? And then I can tell you,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't expect people to be able to read that on the fly. Especially when things are being streamed live, you can't scrub back and look at, go over a situation again.
Yeah.
And that kind of insecurity can really eat away and kill, people's like motivation to reach out and make friends.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely like ways that that can be taken too far, but I definitely agree. Like, you shouldn't make someone feel bad for like asking, "Hey, can you give me some clarification? I don't think I understood." Um,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like almost every time I have someone on my stream for this, if they're even remotely popular, there's almost always an anonymous question that's like something along the lines of like, "Why don't you ever ask me how I'm doing?" and stuff like that. And I always ignore those
Mm-hmm.
because I'm not going to give someone the power to upset you on my stream.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but that's the kind of thing that like I think can be taken too far.
Yeah, I think
Um,
there's a level of respect that I try to give people only if they reciprocated in kind. I have a certain level of forgiveness for people who like kind of barge in and may make the wrong move, the kind of like start off on a bad foot, and I'm okay with that. But if you continue, and you don't have a respect for myself or the people around you, your fellow viewers, then we may have to call the club bouncer on you.
yeah. I've only ever had to ban one person so far. Um, Generally, most people who come on the stream have either passed the vibe check or got bored and left anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I've only had to ban someone once for being racist
Jeez.
during Jackbox, so
Mm-hmm.
that was
A lot of
exciting.
I've heard that a lot of like kind of viewer participation games can draw in a very particular crowd that are looking in those categories in
Yes,
order to
100%.
yeah to be just a general pest to whoever is hosting the stream, no matter the streamer or audience size. They just want they're just
Yeah, they
woke
just
up
want
and
to
chose
say
violence.
inappropriate things. Yeah,
Yeah.
they just want to cause problems for people because they woke up on the wrong side of the bed or have a particularly tiny wiener. Whatever. Can't control the hand you dealt. um, I just don't get that. Speaking of being banned for being a bot, um, I honestly earlier on there was this big scare about bots with Luna at the beginning of their name. Um, During like the big hate raid stuff,
Oh, was that?
and I was like, oh god, no. I don't want to have to rebrand. I really like my brand, please. So I actually had a brief scare that like maybe I should only raid people that I know, because raiding onto somebody who I don't know, they might just block me.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Even then, there might be like I know that a lot of people have certain things like kind of or have certain words to make their bots do auto bans, and so
mhm.
that absolutely could happen.
So I definitely I think a little more cautiously about raiding into people now, just because I'm worried that like some people may panic about it just because people tell them to be scared of it, so they're like very scared of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but overall, I think I've had largely positive experiences with like raid culture in Twitch. Um, People are very cool, and I've met a lot of cool content creators through it. It's also kind of wild how willing other creators are to like actually sit down and talk about this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think that like people would be more standoffish about like talking about the depths of content creation, but uh I don't know. And so when I do Jackbox, I keep the code in my Discord, and I obscure it with a floof that is a hush puppy.
Oh,
Have you seen that before, you?
no, I haven't.
Oh, good. I'm gonna put it on screen. Here's the resized one.
Oh. Sorry, it took a hot second for it. There's a little bit of stream delay, so it will take me a second to see things show up on the screen, but that's so cute.
It's legitimately a real life hush puppy. We went and got seafood once, and my wife was like, this is kind of shaped like floof, and then she turned it around, and it like even has eye dots. Like, oh my god! I took a photo of it and separated it from the background. It's very good. I'm
I've never
blessed.
had a hush puppy. I've never had a hush puppy before.
Do you know what it is?
I am aware of the concept, but I don't know what to expect from it.
It's just
Dulahan, I'm sorry.
like a nice like a nice bready fried thing. I don't know. They're just
Like a savory donut?
kinda, yeah. It's just like a bread that's been fried, basically. Batter.
Mm,
They're quite good. Very, very soft and little crispy.
a crispy?
Um but yeah, that's what I use to obscure codes for games when I'm doing group games.
That's cute.
Um but it's definitely there's been people who come in and troll, but then there's also I think like one of my like best clips actually came from a Jackbox session. Um, have you played the game Champed Up before?
Yeah.
So you know in the round where it switches what the thing is the champion of?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Somebody used me, like Floof, they drew Floof for like the champion of content creation or some goofy thing like that. I don't remember what it was specifically. And then it swapped to the champion of being unable to hold a full-time job.
Oh no. Oh
Um,
no.
and that was I laughed real hard about that. That clip was really funny. But a little bit before that, I had done like a brief like session of like shilling for my content. And another one called me out because it swapped to like champion of shameless self plugs. Like, why are you doing this to me, game?
The game is listening.
It really is so rude. Um, well, did you have any questions or concerns you wanted to bring up to me? I always ask
Um,
if there's anything people want to know.
I'm not sure if I have any particular questions, but I do want to just because we've talked about quite a lot today. I do just want to reiterate um and kind of bring it back that I think it would be really I still think it would be really cool if you end up releasing like I need to you know what I'm gonna look up house hippos right now and drop it in your DMs before I forget. But I think it would be really cute for you to do like snippets, bite-sized floof lore that feels like it's taking itself very seriously, you know, like a
That's
in a very
absolutely
scientific manner.
that's absolutely kind of the direction we want to go for it. Because we have like all this really goofy lore stuff about like the way they work and stuff. Like um floofs can digest anything, but the waste product they make is like a mineral called popnium.
Mm-hmm.
And popnium, it doesn't work with real science, but is basically like stem cells for like matter. So if you leave popnium somewhere as it decays and loses its half-life because it's slightly radioactive, it like basically recreates whatever matter is near it.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll like, even though they eat and devour all kinds of things, like they slowly rebuild their environment with their poop, basically.
Oh,
So I think like a scientific approach with like a very dry narration would actually be very, very good
yeah,
content.
very, very like David Attenborough kind of um like observing observing animals in nature kind of way. I would love that.
That would be, I've been thinking about like trying to make some like short form content beyond streaming. That would be good. Another thing that I want to do that I don't think has any relevance to you, but I want to do um like basically like people call them deck tech videos about like games that I play where I talk about like here's a fun strategy because a lot of people make videos like that, but it's all about winning and not having fun.
Yeah.
Um, so that's sort of a direction I want to go. But if you decide to get into doing video essays, I definitely am interested in watching them. If at any point you want to come together for something like that, that would be an honor, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure if I see it. I still don't quite see it as like a form of content I'm going to continue to put out
Yeah.
um like consistently unless I find a way into kind of wedge it into my schedule. But I've definitely like seen a lot of things that I'm inspired by. There are people that I really want to work with. It's
Mm-hmm.
not really a solo or rather I haven't really considered it as a solo effort yet. It's definitely on the back burner. But when it gets its turn in line, I'll definitely be reaching out to more people, and most importantly, finding an editor for myself because I can't edit videos in that format. I think it takes a very specific editing kind of like language and expertise to do that, and most of the
Mm-hmm.
editors I know are music video makers for very obviously reasons.
I'm probably going to be delving into learning video editing soon because um, I've mentioned it before, but I don't really have a source of income.
Hmm.
So I can't be paying people to edit videos. So I just need to learn.
Yeah, yeah, and like gaining that kind of skill set will help you get like the odd job here and there as well. I see a lot of people kind of like especially with the rise in popularity of like bite-sized TikTok content is
Hmm.
that people who have zero knowledge in video editing will want somebody to just churn out little bits of content on their behalf.
Hmm.
Compensated work of course, and it's good to sort of like get extra money in the bank that way.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking I might try like Skillshare or something first to see if I can find like an editing style that I like that's available
Mhm.
through that to learn that way.
Mhm.
Um, just because I think that's a cheap way to get resources, but I'm also going to like look around online to see if there's any free tutorials and stuff. But
Mhm.
it's definitely something I want to get into because um, the the more I can avoid costs, the better.
Yeah.
Um, like not having to. The first major asset I paid for on this stream is the floof model that Lithia did. Like everything else has been trading art or harassing my wife. um so it's uh it's definitely an interesting approach. Um not having not feeling the need to have to pay for stuff to improve. I feel like a lot of people who got into VTubing weren't artists to begin with. So a lot of them like had to go out of their way to reach out to people to get things done.
Yeah. I think
Um
that really I know that we're kind of like getting into like the final hours of this. Just a really quick point that I wanted to talk about as well
mhm,
that I don't get to very often is um the amount of how do I say this in a how do I phrase this? Give me a hot second.
Trying to
Let
find
me.
a way to say it in a nice way without like
How did you know? You're reading my mind. You're
uh
looking right
be-
into my brain folds.
because
Um,
there's a lot of things that people are very cautious and careful about. There's a lot of people that are easy to offend. And I don't mean that in like a bad way. It's just like a lot of people get upset about like talking about VTubing metas
yeah,
and
yeah.
content creation.
There's a certain level of like personal and like a very personal manner that you interpret like a lot of your content because it's so close to you. It's a lot of things. These things
Hmm.
are you. They're fronted by you as a person, and so there's definitely a lot of like tender bits that can get poked at. I mean, like I get offended at things too, like that mentioned earlier. That person who was like, "Your streamers don't love you," and I was like, "No, I love you," but um there's this when I first entered the community I thought it was kind of like silly um because it kind of works from a corporate standpoint when they tease new and upcoming VTubers because there is
Hmm.
a whole corporation of fully paid employees who had to screen this person and deem them worthy of being hired into the agency. There's a
Hmm.
lot of very safe faith you can place in that this person is going to be entertaining and they're going to provide content. It may not like be the exact kind of content that you like, but you can have faith and give that person a try. um when it comes to indies, I the first thing that I noticed when I first joined last April,
Hmm.
was how many um how much traction and supposed promise of content was being delivered by people who had almost like zero hand in creating all the assets they had to present to people so far. You know, all they've had
Hmm.
so far is commission a reference sheet or a character design. And then they start to like tout that around as content, and that was something that really bothered me early on. It doesn't happen very much nowadays because I think the speed of the community is starting to pick up, and you want to be able to churn out things that are tangible that people can enjoy instead of
Hmm.
just fronting with a reference sheet for months. But I saw a lot of people kind of like take art that wasn't their own and then sort of like use that as content. Um, which brings the reason why I kind of am touching on this point is because Godly brought up the fact that doing a lot of stuff yourself feels good and it has a personal touch.
Hmm.
I like barring like ability, I do think that being able to do a lot of things yourself does put a lot of like your own personal like touch, your signature,
Hmm.
and kind of almost kind of like a hominess to your content, and ingenuity as well, because when you present something that is entirely made by somebody else, with the kind of promise that you are going to deliver content, there's very little that you can go off of. There's very little that
Yeah.
people can trust in. Presenting a reference sheet and then going like, "I'm gonna be a VTuber, come watch me," is a very empty promise.
I definitely agree with you there. There's a lot of people that said they were going to stream, and this was like a year ago and still haven't. Um, and I think a lot of that comes down to a combination of like the pandemic getting worse and school kicking back in gear now that they've kind of stopped caring that there's a pandemic, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
um,
Mm-hmm.
so like a lot of these people that had a lot of free time um, just kind of dropped off the map
Yeah.
because now they have to go to school and they have to work despite what's going on. Um, and I think that it's unfortunately just because there's a big boom in it in general with content creation. Um, and I think a lot of these people are on the younger side. And that's not to say that I think that like the kids who are getting into VTubing are going to be bad at it or that they're not good content creators. Um, but it feels like it's very much like an inexperienced thing to do to like get like $4,000 deep in before you're not even streaming
Yeah, yeah.
for character design and
I think
models
that
and rigging.
there's definitely there's a very attractive side to it because we all want to create a fancy original character and see them come to life. And that was a
Mm-hmm.
huge problem, I think, um, earlier on than last year. I'm not sure if I see it springing up as much, but everyone's very poor from the holidays, so maybe that's why it's not springing up nearly as much. But I think a lot
Mm-hmm.
of people are more enamored by the idea of having an original character and bring it to life, rather than having the commitment to become a content creator. And I don't think, like, ultimately it's not really something that's very high stakes. um some people, they follow you hoping for content, you don't create any and they'll unfollow you, etc. So it's kind of, it's a trial and error kind of thing. But it's
Mm-hmm.
just something that I observe, and I feel like I saw often. I'm not sure if I see it now, so that's at least a little bit of an improvement.
I definitely still see people, but like these people are at this point, a lot of them are getting canceled. Of people like using other people's art, sometimes without even permission,
Mm-hmm.
um, to try to make promise of creating content.
It's one of the, like, more surface level things to this. I think it's fair to call it an industry, even
Mm-hmm.
though we kind of have a 50-50 split of people who see it as a hobby and as a career path. It's kind of one of the more superficial things about this industry is that, like, a very reputable artist or something that is a very reputable, um, uh, a light 2D artist is going to be able to bring you an initial flow and
Mm-hmm.
traction that you would not be able to get, depending on if you opt for somebody who is, either within your budget or less well known, etc.
Mm-hmm.
um, Ultimately, though, one of the things that I did find out, or very very early on when I started VTubing, is that that kind of flow of, like, social media reach and traction doesn't end up staying all that much when you can't deliver on your promises, because it's
Mm-hmm.
like streaming's very very cut and dry. It was shockingly cut and dry when I first got into it. I was like, wow, it's hard. You click on the start streaming button, and then, that's it. There you are. um the spotlight's on you now, and it's up to you to hold a conversation and hold the crowd's interest. And no matter, it doesn't really matter how much you spend on a very well branded, uh, concept or a model or a rig
Mm-hmm.
or an overlay. The lack of that, ability is going to very fundamentally impact your content. And so I
Mm-hmm.
was I was quite shocked at first. I was like, wow. Um,
I see what you mean.
It's very interesting because in the music community, there is a lot of embellishment that goes into music production. Post
Mm-hmm.
processing is something that happens to every piece of music that you come across, unless it's being performed live. And even then, there are, like, pedals and there are effects, like live effects being applied, um, to people's music. And so music as a community was very, like, hard on processing. And so when I first got into streaming, I was like, this is so different. It's very raw. Everything
Mm-hmm.
you present as is goes out to people as is.
Yeah, I agree very much. Like, there's how to put it. Like, there's only so much that like debut hype or notable artists or big raids, like those are all kind of similar. Like a lot of people just say, "Oh, well, if Iron Mouse rated me right now, I've made it, right?" And
Hmm.
I would be huge and I would be popular, but like
There's so much more, like, continuity and perseverance that goes into it.
for me, how I feel is like a lot of the times I think that like my clickability is low. Like a lot of people aren't going to check me out just to check me out, and
Hmm.
that's where my growth is slowed down.
Hmm.
Whereas like when people come in and they sit and chat, like the fact that I'm genuine with people and I'm straightforward about a lot of things and I talk at length with people is the major reason why I've grown at all, is because people enjoy like the vibes that I create. And so I feel like my staying power is pretty good, but people don't like go out of their way to find me, which like that's my fault. I could be.
You're giving me this like really funny mental image of VTubers with like stats, like clickability, like S class, staying power, like a rank,
Mhm.
like what else? Like I can't think of anything else.
Pognus.
Pognus. What's my Pognus stat? That I mean that's kind of like uh how a lot of things work out that way. You kind of like
Mhm.
compromise in one, and you may have better better performance in the other. But I totally get what you mean. Yeah.
Like I definitely feel like because you have like very good thumbnails put together and you put in the work for that, like just someone scrolling past your posts is like way more likely to click on you, look,
Thank you.
than what I do, and that's my own fault. I don't do anything there. I don't embellish my, like, for example, Pia makes unique thumbnails for almost all of her streams that she does because she started with YouTube and that's just kind of what you have to do.
Hmm.
Um so I find that like people are a lot more likely to click on Pia streams because there's effort put there. Whereas with my content, I feel like if people come and listen, they're more likely to stay. But that doesn't mean that if like Iron Mouse rated me right now with like a thousand people, that I would even have 10% of those people stay.
Hmm.
Just because like that's kind of the I don't even know how to put it. Like that's just how things are. Like those people are there to watch Iron Mouse.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I think that's the interesting thing about like of raid culture is that like I make it a point it like actually like really ruins my mood if I like accidentally raid the wrong person that doesn't really like feel like a seamless connection, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I made the mistake once of taking a chat suggestion for a raid, which like I made a point not to do, but I really didn't have anyone that I knew who was streaming at the time, and I felt pressured. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't want to make people wait, and so I took a chat suggestion, and it just like ruined my day. I felt really bad, um, and I kind of made it a really really important point for myself to always raid into people whose um, vibes are kind of like either similar to mine, or even if they're not similar, it's okay. I want to be able to introduce them um, to
Mm-hmm.
my viewers and be like, I know this person's content, and this is why I like them. This is what I really admire and respect about them, and I hope that you will as well. And at least be able to preface that, because when I raid into someone that I completely am unfamiliar with, that disconnect really affects me. It really makes me feel like I've kind of carelessly dumped my viewers into a place where we're all kind of disoriented and unfamiliar,
Mm-hmm.
and that we all feel like just going out the door afterwards, you know?
Yeah, I definitely put in similar effort where um I my here's how I handle things. I've found a lot of streamers through raids because most of the streamers that I know, you included, put in effort to make sure that the streamer that they're raiding into is someone that at least they respect.
Hmm.
Even if it's not the same energy, if it's not the same kind of stream.
Yeah,
And
even if it's like
so,
super chaotic, I feel like as long as there's a kind of connection that my viewers can make, and a little bit of like personal, connection, because like
mhm,
I rated into Kenji once, and I love Kenji's content, but Kenji's content couldn't be more different from mine.
mhm,
Very high energy, like very very loud. I have quiet stream most of the time.
mhm,
And so Kenji has very high energy streams, and I know that they're very different. And so I would give everyone kind of a heads up, but I'm like, but still, I really like Kenji's content. Kenji's extremely funny, um, super super hilarious guy. Like, and
mhm.
so like naturally walks into jokes, and even if there's no joke present, he'll walk somewhere, and then their joke will spring up on him. And so that's just kind of the thing that I want to make sure that people know when I raid into people.
Yeah, I make sure that at the very least I can vouch for the content, even if it's not the same kind of content.
Yeah.
Um, but generally, when I go to raid, I always prioritize if the streamer's doing an event or not.
Oh yes, me too. I prioritize events a lot as well.
because nothing feels better in the world than like you're doing like a birthday stream or a charity stream or a 24-hour to celebrate your community and having friends bring their friends in. Um, well, as I'm not too keen on rating onto collabs just because like I think it's too much for your audience and you can't like vouch for everyone who's there.
Yeah, collaborations can be a little bit stressful for the person who's getting rated as well. Just from experience,
Yeah, they have to
having to
like mute
handle.
and
Yeah,
hey
yeah, exactly.
everybody, this is who I am and this is what I do. These are my friends, this is who they are, this is what they do. We're doing this right now. It's just a lot of a
Mm-hmm.
mess. Um, but I either try to aim for people who are doing events or are doing something similar to what I'm doing, or the exact opposite, like something like really energetic and fun because maybe I left off on like a note that feels like there needs to be like a pep or something, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I think it's important to generally um just have the ability to know like what you're sending them to. Um I we eat our own butts.
Yeah, the Ouroboros,
Oh
butt
baby.
eaten.
Is that what the millennials are talking about?
Hamster, have a good rest of your night.
Yes, have
Take
a
care.
good night. Thank you.
We're getting into the twilight hours of this talk show as well. So we'll follow suit soon. Have a good rest, Hamster. Take care.
Yeah,
Thanks for all the
we're
calzones.
yeah. We're basically just kind of drifting into random points at this point because we've run out of questions.
Mm-hmm,
But I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I already know that it's gone well because it's like 2 hours longer than like the minimum. So,
mm-hmm. Darrigan, hello, welcome.
howdy, welcome to the stream. We're probably gonna end relatively soon, but I mean, we're just kind of drifting from topic to topic. If you had anything you were curious about, um, for me, I basically always when it's been like I'm watching a streamer I know, if they're rating into someone, I basically always drop the follow and find time to watch their content, even if I don't have time for it right then.
Mm-hmm.
Just because everybody out here is trying to succeed,
Mm-hmm.
and it's hard. It doesn't matter if they're big or small. One more number is one more number, and even if I can only be a number for that person, it still
Hello.
matters.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the follow. And I found so many people through that I love and appreciate. Because I didn't ever see your tweets or anything. I found you through Pia, I think. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't think my journey as a streamer would have been the same if I didn't get to absorb some of your content. Um,
Absorb.
because there's very much like through clips and stuff that are posted on YouTube and such. There's like this idea that like the meta for being a VTuber is to be a gremlin and try to be funny all the time and stuff. And that's just like seeing that there are people out there that are successful or semi-successful who are nice and calm and relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, I definitely, like I've said, you inspire me to create the kind of content that I actually enjoy making. Like I don't think I ever would have done these talk shows if I didn't see your content, even if you're not doing something exactly the same.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy to hear that. I think that there's a lot of um there's a lot of joy that I derive from having people tell me oh, like your content made me realize, or like your voice made me realize that it's okay to be um something, like in this case, it's like it's okay to create content like this that isn't necessarily like gremlin-y or boisterous or anything like that. Um and I've gotten some really 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 flattering, really inspiring DMs from people that are like, you taught me that um, I identify as female and I was born female, but I have this like husky voice, and I never thought that was right. And you taught me that it's okay. And I was like, man, that means so much to me because I struggled so much with that when I was younger. And if I could shorten someone else's time spent, being self-critical for no reason, then that's like that's so
Absolutely.
rewarding.
Um, I I'm gonna toot my own horn a little bit. I've been very aware that the way I sound is nice for a long time now. And it's not something that really concerned me, but I definitely like that um you and other people can give people who have those concerns like the ability to move forward. Um I've had people telling me, "Oh, you should try to do voice acting or radio or something just because like you have a very nice tone to your voice. It's easy to listen to."
Mm.
And I can say very much the same thing about you.
Oh, thank you.
Your voice is very smooth. Um, even like the slime voice is like easy to listen to,
What?
even if people like to complain. um,
Like you like the slime?
um, so I don't want to say that like voice acting has been my goal, but I definitely am interested in voice work. Um, just because people mentioned it to me in like I think it was like middle school, and I was like, oh, I should try to start doing like impressions and stuff and develop my
Yeah.
voice more.
I think that the like VOD content is going to help with that because even if you're not looking to do
Mhm.
voice work, having a pleasant enough voice to use in something that's kind of like a video essay is going to be to your advantage. So
Yeah. There's a lot of like small video type content I want to make soon. I want to do like a narrated storybook that like
oh, that would be cute.
tells the origin story of Floof and its and Floof's like their creation myth basically.
Mm-hmm.
Um which is really goofy, but I'm like in love with it, so I really want to make like a cute little storybook, and I want to have it narrated, but I want to like narrate it in like the language floofs speak and have it subtitled.
Oh, and subtitle it. Oh, that's cute.
Um, so how we have it now, the way we've talked about it, is I want to do it's like Morse code, but instead of dots and dashes or the beep and flat, it'll be pops and meeps sounds, and then we're gonna speed it up and then use a lot of shorthand, so it'll just be like a lot of little pops and stuff. Um, I think it'll be very cute. I just need to figure out how to edit videos. And I definitely think that would be how like I like open up my debut when I do debut is
Yeah.
with like the origin of the floofs. Um,
I really, really like strongly encourage, especially for younger content creators, if anybody's kind of listening in, if you're still a relatively young content creator and you're still kind of starting out, um, I really, really encourage picking up more skills under your belt. Um,
Absolutely.
it will really, really enrich your life, and that's not really on like a surface level, but you'll find that you really expand the horizon of what you're able to create. And relying on yourself is a really, really good feeling because only you know the kind of visions that you have in your head about what you want to do. And
Hmm.
having the tools, even if you can't do them perfectly, but having the tools to be able to bring at least a part of it to life so that maybe you can have a better way of communicating with other people to get it done is a really, really good feeling.
Yeah, and just imagine like think about all of the things that your favorite streamer has. They have BGM, um, they have notifications, sound alerts, overlays, model tracking. Maybe they had like a music video, curated, edited content. Every single facet of that is another skill. And the more that you check off that you can do on your own, the less monetary value you have to pump into doing what is not a reliable career.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Um, and that's like, this is coming from someone, I do not have the ability to go and work a normal job. And I, just because my wife is capable of working is the only reason I'm not like in the negative. Over the year I've been on Twitch, I think I've made like maybe $400.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a lot of money when you think about like the bills and food
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that an adult human being needs, nonetheless, if I were supporting a family. So it's really important to think about how much you can mitigate when you're getting into content creation, what your
Yeah.
personal costs are going to be. And sometimes, even if you have the skill to do so, it is still worth paying someone who can either do it better or who can produce the content faster. Um, those are just choices you're going to have to make on your own when you weigh the options. I definitely could have made a model on my own. I am an artist. I have the ability. I can take it slow and do it. But I made the choice to purchase a model from someone who's much more talented and much more capable. And I know that I would be satisfied with the result. Whereas I would probably just want to do it again if I did it myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um, so it's definitely, it's important to champion like doing things on your own. That's not to say you look down on people who don't. It's okay to not have those skills, but it's better to. Just it'll be better for you.
Yeah.
Um, and that doesn't mean you have to be an expert. You don't need to sink thousands and thousands of hours into these skills. If you're just moderately good at everything you need to be a streamer, you're going to be an excellent streamer.
Mm-hmm.
Because let me tell you, most streamers are only moderately good at some of the things you need to do and terrible at others. People have deficits and issues. For example, a lot of times I can end up letting redeems fall behind even if I don't have a busy chat. Just because I spend more time engaging with chat directly talking. And I can't do multitasking very well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a thing where I know I'm at fault and I could do it better. But then there are people who can, even to like just a moderately okay degree, that's better. um,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people say that being a jack of all trades means that you're losing out. But in something like this, being like an all-arounder is not a problem. Like it's a very good thing.
Mm-hmm.
All of my assets being handmade without paying someone else um, has a very strong visual blueprint. And I've had multiple people come in and say, wow, I really like the way all of your stuff looks, how it all fits together. Please don't change anything. And that's like the highest compliment I can receive because it's all by the same person. So,
Yeah.
and you could be that person. It could be
Yeah.
you.
That could be you.
Or you can bully your significant other to do it. Be a power couple.
I
Um,
don't I don't know if that's what power couple means, but yes. bully bully your partner
I have the
into doing
power and we're a
homework.
couple. What do you
Yeah.
mean? I don't abuse my wife, everyone. It's a joke. as someone who has thought of streaming on and off for a year, I too should start developing some skills, as the prospect of starting from scratch seems daunting. It is daunting. It's hard. Um, what I recommend heavily is if you're not planning on VTubing, just pick up a webcam and start streaming. Or don't even grab a webcam. Just start streaming. You don't have to have a cam to be popular. Just jump on mic, have video of whatever you want to do. Gaming, talking, art, crochet, whatever. Just whatever you want. Because there's so much that you can learn just from doing it that waiting will just hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I'm using Discord reactive images, so, you know, I can't look down on those.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the things I love about what Issa is doing with her, she calls them free NGs. What
Mm-hmm.
I love about free NGs is that it opens up this like we all love to have a character that represents us, that we design, that has a lot of personal meaning to us, but not
Mm-hmm.
everyone can do that. And also I wouldn't really recommend, like, design your OCs by all means. Love and design your OCs, and like, fall in love with your characters, but don't go out of your way to spend too much money on something when you're first starting out. So if you want to
Mm-hmm.
pluck a free NG from Issa and just start streaming, if you want to, like, kind of have that avatar, because, like, I won't lie, having an avatar will make your content a little bit more approachable when they come into a stream, and be able to see a person, or at least a representation of a person who they can talk
Yes.
to, is going to really help your content. And so that's what I really love about Issa's free NG packs, is that they give a lot of power to people who um want to, and, like, should be exploring whether or not streaming is right for them. um
Yeah.
it's it's just like, yeah, it's so generous.
I mean, in general, streaming and work and everything can be scary, so I understand how you feel there, Delan. Um, life as a whole is just a series of challenges, and um, unfortunately, there's not much other people can do to ease those challenges, beyond provide assets and advice. But, like, you have to be the one to make the steps to move your life forward, because there's only so far someone else can push you.
Mm,
Have a good night, Sunny. Thank you for dropping in.
good night.
Um, but I honestly, like, I mean, you even said it earlier, that there's, what if you don't like streaming, but you put a lot of money and resources into assets that you need? Um,
Yeah.
like, what do you do with that stuff? I know some people like resell it, but um,
The kind of the reality that kind of hurts also is that, like, um for some people, they're able to continue to stream and create content when they put a lot of value in what they create and what they
mhm.
do.
I've
But
been
a lot of
waiting for
people
this.
get very, very discouraged and impacted by the fact that they aren't getting the kind of reception that they wanted out of their content. Hello, Raiders. Welcome.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, Sarah.
This is another one of Lithia's children.
The family's all here.
Yes.
Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you for dropping in. Um, all of, like, the really structured talk happened like 2 hours ago. We've just been vaguely drifting from topic to topic about
Yeah, just winding
life
down at
and
this point.
VTubing and uh, butts and Valentines and all kinds of random stuff. So very, very much vibing right now. But for those of you who don't know, I'm Lunar Oatmeal. I do art and play games on stream, as well as occasionally host this talk show, The Waning Croissant. And tonight I have the host of YouTuber Hiiragi Yuu on stream. We're talking about our motivations and experience in content creation. So if you have any questions, you can use the exclamation point question command and leave an anonymous question in the marshmallow, but things have slowed down. If you want, you can just ask questions in chat.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're just kind of hanging out. So thanks for dropping in, and I greatly appreciate you, Sarah. Um, so we were kind of just on the. Oh, what's up, Gomi? How can I help you, sir? How do you handle burnout or thoughts on it? So, okay, do you want to tackle this question first? Do you have like a foolproof strategy for not getting burnt out?
Um, I don't know how foolproof it is. I think that how I handle burnout is and this is gonna sound a little bit dismissive, and I hope it doesn't come off that way. I feel like I just foresee it coming out a little bit dismissive. How I
Mm-hmm.
handle burnout is I just take a break. It's sorry, it sounds kind of like how I handle thirstiness is I drink a glass of water. Um, I think that I chalk a lot of these things up to the fact that I'm like a little older, and by older I don't mean like by age too. It's like I've done a lot of content creation earlier on. Um but I've struggled with the whole like staying relevant and keeping myself relevant kind of things, and I'm kind of over it now. And so at this point, if I'm tired, I take a break, and I don't really get hung up about like people forgetting about me or not creating content fast enough. I just kind of like accept things as they come. And when I'm inspired, I put out content. When I'm really not and I really can't work on things, then
Mm-hmm.
I just go take a break. And I think that's something that it takes a little bit of time to get used to, because when you're young and spry and gung ho and you kind of wanna ride off of the momentum of everything, it's really hard to think that way.
Mm-hmm.
I lots of people have come to me and to tell me, like, to ask me about these things, like, how do you keep up with content creation? How do you not compare yourself to other people? And I always feel bad that I don't have a good answer for them, because my answer is just like, oh, you just like stop caring, you know. Like, just do it. How do,
Uh,
how do I stop being sad? Just be happy.
I get you though. As I said before, I've been selling art for quite some time, so I've been in content creation for a while.
Well,
I think it's been about 11 years. I started selling art right out of high school, so um to avoid burnout, I definitely think that that is a good approach. Um the people who find you relevant will find you relevant even if you don't post something immediately. Like, if you want to chase the trend, but that's if you want to do it. If you don't feel like doing it, don't hurt yourself for it.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Agreed.
Um,
I think that the point you made earlier about the people who remember you for what you've done so far are gonna remember you, no matter how long of an absence that you make. If you've made an impression on people, you've made that impression, and it's not gonna leave. Um, it'll feel like the average sort of like half life of content is really short on social media. But don't underestimate the kind of memories and impressions you've made on people, especially if you've already started creating content. If you're someone who's kind of just like chilling and haven't created any content, then maybe you should be a little bit worried about relevancy when you go on a hiatus before you started even creating content. But like
yeah.
someone like yourself, Gomi, like you've created plenty of content so far. You're incredibly competent animator and artist, and you've made some really incredible things. If you feel like you need a break, I would say like you don't have to worry too much about being like washed away by the times, because
Mm-hmm.
you've made a ton of things to make your mark. Um, and I feel like people will wait for you. A lot of people will wait for you. I was really shocked when I took a 2 year break from making music on that channel that um got confiscated by Google.
Hmm.
But like 2 years later, I came back and people were still like there for me, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. I can't believe you guys remember who I am. But yeah, people will remember you for sure. Don't be too afraid to take your breaks when you need them because by the time you burn out, it would be too late.
Friends and fans of my art from like years and years and years ago have started watching me stream without ever like producing like content specifically for them. So like relevancy is, I, I guess FOMO is really what we're worried about here. Is like you don't want to you don't want to feel like you're missing out on something that you could be doing. But even if you feel like you're coming late to a trend because you had to take a break, there's nothing wrong with coming late to a trend or a meme.
Not at all.
Just because it's not relevant in major pop culture doesn't mean it's no longer relevant. A good example of something similar to this is in, I think it was Black Panther. Um, there's a "What are those Crocs" joke,
Yes.
and that's like 10 years irrelevant. That meme was like from like early Vine, I think,
Yeah.
and it we still knew it even if the joke wasn't relevant anymore. Like,
Yeah. It was in fact like kind of like refreshing and like there was humor in the fact that you're digging up like a joke that, hasn't been around for a while.
yeah, it's a meme archaeology is equally valid. I don't think there's any reason to concern yourself with if this is still trending or not. Just
Yeah.
because it's no longer trending doesn't mean that it doesn't have an audience anymore. Um, like all of our old memes are just getting upcycled to the boomers. So,
Yeah, upcycled.
you know, you do you. If you need a break, take a break. It's important to rest. Um,
It's like something that I like to tell a lot of people because I get a fair share of like fellow content creators in my streams is I think the most important thing and the way that I want to phrase it and frame it for you guys is the person that is creating all of the content that you're putting out right now is you, and you as a person are your biggest asset, and you don't want to hurt your biggest asset, your most important asset.
yes.
You don't want to hurt the person who's behind all of this creativity. If you feel like burnout is inching towards you, don't wait until it hits before you give yourself a little bit of breathing room.
And I know for some people that taking a break can be insufferable. Some people just have to work. And when it comes to that, if you feel like you're getting burnt out on what you're doing, but can't stand to stay idle, just pick a different perspective. Try something different. You can definitely conquer burnout by picking up a new skill or picking up a book or binging a show. Give your brain something different to chew on, to stay like active
Hmm.
without continuing to dig yourself deeper and deeper into the hole that is burnout. Because let me tell you, um, you can really make yourself hate art by doing art when you don't feel like doing art.
Hmm.
Um, and I know that like commissions are one thing, so there are deadlines involved, and you definitely shouldn't like, without talking to people who have paid you, just stop, right?
Yeah,
But most of the time, people are very reasonable if you need to stop.
for sure. Yeah.
And if they're not being reasonable, finish that one piece and then take a break.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, if you're feeling like you're going to burn out, Gomi, you're not going to become irrelevant. You're not going to disappear. You you have quite the legacy with creating content already. You make so much for people and are prolifically talented with rigging and animation. So you've definitely made a splash, and everybody is eagerly awaiting for you to return to what you were doing, even if you stop for a while.
Hmm. Yeah, Durgan, you have a good point. Um, Personal drive of a creator and their interests are the most vital things. It's kind of goes back to my point earlier about how it's a very cut and dry industry that like people can hear and see and observe your lack of interest and passion. So when you push yourself, it affects your content as well.
Absolutely.
My flame never dies. How inspirational, Gomi. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, that is a very good point though. It's important to do the things you want to do, to have interest in the content you're creating. Um like there's a lot of, and I don't think negatively on this, so don't take it that way, but there's a lot of trends and stuff that are on the lewd side of things.
Hmm.
Um and while I do have a character design I could use for that stuff, it just doesn't really interest me to present my brand in that way. So even if I knew it would make me grow if I did it, people would see that I'm not really all there for it. So
Hmm.
it's just important to kind of approach things. Again, we've brought it up so many times, by being genuine.
Hmm. Yeah.
People will notice. um, hmm, Goodness gracious. Well, at least I know it's gone well because we're sitting at almost 5 hours. um,
Yeah.
Favorite nonsensical word? Um, so for a long time, uh, my friends used a compound word, Godly, uh, that is a combination of balls and audacity. For when someone's being really cocky, baldacity. Uh, so that's one that I like and used quite a bit in my early adulthood. You have a favorite nonsensical word, you?
I think all my favorite nonsensical words are words I use with my cat. I ask him often if something is delicious, and I say, "Is it yummy? Melum is yummy. Did you like it? Is um." It involves sticking the letter M and B into the middle of words quite often. So like fish is fimsh.
Mm,
Do you like fimsh? Is yumby fimsh melum? Do you like it?
it's cute.
Um, all my nonsensical words are developed through talking to my cat.
I definitely get you there though. I love baby talking my dogs.
They deserve it. They deserve all my baby talk and more.
Um, I have a husky and a lab, and she's very calm on as far as a husky goes. She doesn't like scream or anything, which is nice. But she's such a dingus. Oh God, very smart dog. But then as soon as like she gets the inkling or the idea that she maybe might go on a ride, she loses it. She like slides around and slams into the walls because she can't control her momentum. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go. Oh yeah. So cute. The lab, Cubby, is a very smart dog, and he used to answer the door whenever people would ring the doorbell. He would walk up and hop up and hit the handle.
Mhm.
Luckily there were two doors so he could get all the way outside, but um the number of times that we would like order pizza or something and they'd be like, "Hey buddy, did you order this pizza?" This for you?
There's
Very, very good
a
dog.
really I'm just looking at Dulahan's message from earlier that
Mm-hmm.
kind of um that means a lot to me. Dulasan Han said, if the creation process itself captivates the creator, the final product will also turn out fine. Um, I think the most important part about that is like when you create something that truly captivates and interests you, the
Mm-hmm.
final product is the end goal and the reward for you in that journey. Um, Oftentimes like on a personal philosophy level, I don't really agree with like um with trend content that I mean like trends are great, but with trend content that are heavily influenced by what your viewers want, because I feel like then you start to lose that kind of personal um investment in the things that you're creating. And so what you're instead of setting the goalpost at creating something, your goalpost now lies in getting the reactions out of people. And that sets you up for something that may not be a very savory content creation journey, because you're looking for success where other people can grant them to you, rather
Mm-hmm.
than looking for success where you can find it by tangibly bringing something into life.
Yeah. Setting your goals and like desires to be things that you have control over is
Mhm.
like honestly one of the number one keys to happiness in
Mhm.
life. Like I can't express how much more interesting something is when you can tell that the person that's making it loves it, right?
Mhm.
Um, like there's all kinds of like shit posts out there that are just like they're just trying to pass the time, but then you'll see people who are like, I just really like this one thing, and they devote themselves to it. And it's just insane the difference in quality you can see just because the person is like about it.
Yeah. Um One of the things that it really like gets to me is also um this idea and this sentiment I see being expressed sometimes, where they're like, I did this trendy thing, why isn't it getting the promised likes and retweets, you know? Um and it feels almost like a transaction at that point. It feels almost like you're inserting content coins into a reassurance machine so it can, dispense some clout to you.
that
um
that happens so much with content creation, and then it also happens with relationships.
yeah, it does.
I inserted compliments. Where's my sex?
Yeah. I think that people take things at face value, and not really face value, but take things on a in a they cheapen a lot of these kinds of interactions, because they think that's how it works. Is like the amount of output that I should give should be equal to the ensuing gains that I should be getting, when really life really doesn't work like that.
Not at
um
all.
you work on something that you work on a passion project, it could very well be publicized, and like two people will see it, and you know what, that's something that you're going to have to be okay about. And that's why you should be putting value in the content that you create, and in the journey that you that's why you should be setting the goalpost at the completion of this project. People often come up to me and tell me like, well, completing a project isn't going to pay my bills. And I'm like, yes, it's not going to pay your bills, but also you should really not be paying your bills with content like this that is unreliable until you feel that you have a means to rely on it. Like, you should be these kinds of passion projects are expensive. They will take more investment than they will gain you return. And so you should have like you should go into it with that kind of preparation, you know?
Absolutely.
Um, we
You
all would love and dream of creating content full time and supporting ourselves, but that's a huge luxury, and it's not something that you can work hard and obtain. It comes to people based on a lot of factors, like luck, the type of content, the type of people that interact with them, etc. It's so many factors.
hmm and also like especially with this kind of content creation, like all of your income is 100% determined by the people you interact with. It's not like until you get really big, ad income is abysmal. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Um,
especially if a lot of that income is going right back into content creation. Because it's
yup.
not like you get money and then you just kind of sit on a mountain of cash and do nothing. Like there's a lot of updates, there's a lot of upkeep fees,
Yeah,
and
if
there's expansion
you,
fees too.
for example, if somebody here donated like $600 and then none of it ended up being used on the stream, like they'd probably feel pretty bad about that.
Exactly.
Um, I think, yeah, it's really important to realize that content creation as a whole is not a reliable source of income, until it is. Like, there's a certain point where you've made it, but generally for indie creators, that's just not really feasible. Most people are going to have like a job or some other way to support themselves.
I love
Um,
how you've put that. It's like it's not feasible until it is, and that's just how it is. That's just how
I
how
mean,
how it
there's
works,
not really
unfortunately.
any other way to put it though. Like,
Yeah, yeah, I like that. I
there's
like how it's put because that's just how it is.
there's a certain threshold where suddenly it doesn't matter like
Mm-hmm.
anymore. It's no longer unreliable, but like, I mean, I got some subs tonight. That's sweet, but like that doesn't always happen.
Mm-hmm.
um and I don't expect it to always happen. Like, every person who's coming in here is a person, and they have to make money somehow too.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're paying me, maybe they're not buying food or paying a bill or something. Like, I don't know. I just can't expect that out of people.
Yeah.
That being
Family's
said, there's a
family's
tip jar
calling me
below my
out.
stream, and you can sub for emotes. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's just difficult. Um, uh, like, especially I have a bit of a different perspective on it, just because I can't really work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So some form of content creation has to be successful for me. I don't really have any other options. The government doesn't want to help me, but I'm not gonna get into like the the nitty-gritty of that nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Um so I definitely probably stress a little bit more about why are you actually gifting subs? You son of a bitch. Thank you. That was very sweet. Um but like I don't even know how to say it. Like, um I worry about my numbers and stuff probably a little bit more than the average streamer, just because like I am trying to make this my livelihood. Um because I can't go drive myself anywhere. I'm not allowed to drive anymore. Um so I just have a lot more worry staked on it. And I try not to let that be like visible for people.
Mm-hmm.
Because the last thing you want to do is make someone feel like they're a number to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Um that being said, like, even the people who never chat, like, I greatly appreciate them just like contributing their processing power to telling Twitch there's someone here. Um it's just difficult. There's this idea that someone saying they want to be successful for content creation is somehow like a negative thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um like saying, "Oh, I would very much like to make money from streaming." Um people are like, "Oh, well, they're just in it for the money." And it's like, "No, that's not what I'm saying."
Yeah.
You're hearing half of the conversation. Like, I enjoy um creating for people. I enjoy entertaining, and I landed on streaming because I tried entertaining in other ways. Even thought about doing stand-up comedy because there's a lot of moments in my life that make very good anecdotal jokes. And this is where I landed because it's something I can do from my home.
Mm-hmm.
I started like right before the pandemic, like really kicked off. So timing was, I think, honestly bad for me because so many other people started like right after I started.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so all of the viewership and funds were like hastily distributed amongst a ton of VTubers.
Yeah.
But again, like I don't see people as competition either, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna read chat because it looks like we're having some intense conversation.
Intense.
This thought lingering in my head. I sometimes think having no defined purpose except using streaming as a means to overcome my anxiety and improve my speaking skills is too shallow to actually enjoy streaming. There's nothing shallow about that.
Yeah.
Um, I landed on streaming because it gave me motivation to do things that I wouldn't be doing just stuck at home by myself. Like there's a bunch of games and stuff that I've completed on stream
Mm-hmm.
just because I could do it on stream because otherwise no one would be watching me and uh it's not interesting enough to my brain to do it alone.
Mm-hmm.
So if I weren't streaming, I would just be sitting uh getting fatter and eating tater chips. Um there's art that I've done that I wouldn't have done and stuff like that. Like there's any reason you can give yourself, no matter how selfish it sounds, is a valid reason.
Yeah. I think that like self-betterment is as good a reason as any, in fact, any, if anything, like one of the best reasons that you can pursue something. Um
Absolutely.
you want to get over, you want to over improve on your speaking skills. That's great. If you have the conviction and the desire to do that, and you pursue um, streaming as a way to be able to round that out, to be able um, to train those skills of yours, I don't think there's anything wrong at all.
Absolutely
Nothing. And
not.
then we talk about Lunar and I both talked about this earlier, but there's no reason thinking like there are other people who are more suited or like more deserving of streaming as a platform, because none of us are like viewership isn't um a finite resource that we somehow have to vie for and fight each other for,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're not actively taking anything away from the other people on the platform, and you're also doing something to better yourself. I think that's admirable. I don't think there's anything. You shouldn't feel bad about it. Bottom line,
Absolutely.
Daragon, don't feel bad.
Yeah, just do what makes you happy, honestly.
Hmm.
Um and beyond like if it's improving your speaking skills or working on anxiety, there are also people who stream their journey through learning a language. Like that
Hmm.
is a valid type of content. So even
Yeah.
if you're like just reading things to like work on public speaking, like there is an audience for that. I mean, that's also relatable, Godly. I often cut my streams short when like one of my favorites is like launching some kind of like event stream or whatever. I'm like, oh, they just started, they're doing a 24-hour today. I'm gonna go raid them now because I want to give them something to be excited about right at the start. And then I bring my two viewers and we laugh and cry. um, the hardest thing about streaming, if you're going to start, is always that very beginning part when you're streaming to nobody.
Hmm.
Um, and a lot of people circumvent that by like hyping up with like uh Twitter reveals for their models and stuff like that, and then they end up having like a good number of people in, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have lasting views. There's
Hmm.
going to be times after that where they end up with nobody in chat, and it can hit really hard. That's why I recommend if you want to stream, just stream.
Yeah.
you can always debut later. Nobody's gonna care if you did or not. Like, there are people that have debuted 2 to 3 times at this point. um, it's just there's no formula for doing this properly.
Yeah, for sure. You do you.
Well, I mean, generally, I don't think most people do you, because I mean, isn't that like against policy for host clubs?
But we're also married though, so what is the truth?
Oh, a real conundrum. I mean, if you like to come in here, I would greatly appreciate it. I don't normally stream this late. I'm usually kind of like an early in the PST kind of dude, but um, I definitely love meeting new people, and I like to really pick everybody's brain. Like, if I could just grab viewers and interview them, and it would be entertaining, I would. I would. I just don't know how many people would come for that kind of thing, you know. I've even thought about like reaching out to like some people's mods and be like, hey, you want to come on stream and talk about what it's like to be a mod? That's neither here nor there though. Kind of a passive thought.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I'm thinking about reaching out to Brushy PS mod, because Brushy also recently started streaming, so
Oh, Bertie would be fun to talk to for sure.
I think that would be a little bit of a fun little thing, so I can have an excuse to have them on, but also have like additional content to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. I also don't really have a sleep schedule. I've been a little more cautious because my wife started working from home, so I can't like lay in bed while she's working the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can. It's probably annoying though. um Given that when you're sleeping you have no control over the noises your body makes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure there's been many a snore, fart, whatever. um but yeah, when it comes to content creation, just do what makes you happy. Do what you want to do. Don't worry about too much about like what kind of traction you'll get and stuff like that. Those sort of things grow with time, and you'll always learn after you've done something if it was the right thing to do or not.
Mm-hmm.
Making mistakes is a good thing, as long as you're not like making like illegal mistakes. Like,
Illegal.
don't go around grooming people and stuff. That's different. But oh, that's a very good point, Godly. If you're going to start streaming, be sure you start streaming something that you can like talk to yourself about. Because the people that come in and lurk will learn about you, and if they learn about you, they might stay. They might like you. Because I've seen a lot of streamers who will just sit and not say anything because they're just like in the game or whatever, vibing
Mm-hmm.
out. And unless you are literally like a professional player of whatever game you're playing, just gameplay with no interaction from the streamer probably isn't going to be very enticing.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the word sleep and something about time, and I already wanted to say goodnight. Oof. Well, if you want to get some rest, go get some rest. We're just shooting the shit at this point.
Yeah, I may actually have to enforce my own sleep schedule soon because I have to get up early tomorrow, not last night.
Well,
I'm losing brain cells already.
you're good. If you want to go ahead and start to kind of wind it down, call it. That's fine. I'm just
Yeah, for
vibing.
sure.
I may or may not have to use the restroom very badly. Um, did you have anybody you would like to raid?
um, looking at my list right here. Most likely, the person that was really standing out for me in my list is Gomi,
That's
because
fine.
Gomi's streaming, and also Gomi's been streaming and also popping in here, and I keep going like, sir,
Yeah.
you're streaming.
Blue does the same thing all the time. It's like, aren't you streaming right now? Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Oh man. I don't mind. We can raid Gomi. I usually let the guest decide just because if I brought you on the stream, I trust who you're gonna send me to anyway.
Yeah, a familiar face would be nice.
No mic stream because you're vibing with us.
Well, now you can turn on the mic when we raid then.
It's truth. Oh man. Well, thank you very much for coming on tonight, you. I really
Of
appreciate
course.
you. I would love to have you on again for structured talks about particular subjects. But I do really like these sort of introductory interviews where we just kind of go where the night takes us.
Hmm.
I will reach out again when I get more of a consolidated idea. But you seem like you're interested, so I'm gonna invite you now to come on for the Valentine's special where we talk about stuff, romance and
Yeah.
such.
As long as scheduling works out for me, I think it'll be fine. I have that like art deadline there. That I'll have to see how it goes.
I mean, it
But if
can be
that works
post
out, then for
Valentine's.
sure.
It doesn't have to be
Hmm.
before Valentine's Day or on Valentine's Day. Just like
Hmm.
when it's a relevant subject, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I definitely I think it'd be fun to have like a couple other people on and get a bunch of different perspectives on it. I think it'd be very interesting.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Um, that being said, we're gonna go ahead and start up the raid countdown. Kudo. Whoop, that's not how you spell that.
Is that the VTuber Kurono Gome?
Yeah. Kudo
What's
no
the raid
go.
call? Gomi, we're raiding you.
Uh, Gomi's raiding himself raid. I don't usually do raid messages. I don't know why. They just tell people say hi, use your emotes if you have them. Tell people you love them, follow them, enjoy their content. Um, I don't I don't like to make raids more disruptive than they already are.
Hmm.
Um, that being said, I really appreciate everyone who dropped in today and gifted subs and said hello and dropped a follow. It's been a very delightful stream, and I know a lot of people said that our chat today was good for them. So that's really all I can ask for. I'm very happy with how this turned out.
Yeah. Thanks for coming, you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. Um, and for all the people who have gone to bed already, I greet you in the VOD. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a wonderful night, and I will catch you guys Monday.